take the time. You're on a mission now. You're on a mission now. I know you can't get out, but our time is running out. Ooh, bye bye love, 'cause you don't know what my dreams are like and where I wanna go with you. Bye bye love, 'cause you don't know and you don't seem to care that I could have gone with you anywhere. You're on a mission now. I know you can't get out, but our time is running out. Ooh, bye bye love, you don't know. Bye bye love, 'cause you don't know what my dreams are like and where I wanna go with you. Bye bye love, 'cause you don't know and you don't seem to care that I could have gone with you anywhere. What my dreams are like and where I wanna go with you. Bye bye love, 'cause you don't know and you don't seem to care that I could have gone with you anywhere.
So you're looking for the secret that got me here. Some kind of magic ingredient that takes you there. Well, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. I bet it isn't what you wanna hear from me. No, you just wanna find some kind of lucky pill for free. But you just have to keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. it's the sign of the times. I do believe. And with whiskers sounding like an interrupted stream, once more I tell you, keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just.
Reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Financing Authority. City Clerk, may I have the roll, please?
Yes, ready? Councilmember Mosier. Here. Councilmember Bolton.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Burns.
Here.
Mayor Van Der Mark.
Here.
Councilmember Strickland.
Here.
Councilmember McKeon.
Here.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Chief Haberly from our Fire Department.
Please stand if you're able. Your hand over your heart. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Next, tonight's evocation will be given by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain James Pike.
Let us pray. We give you thanks, Lord God, at this time of year for our junior guards, for those who have completed acceptance, for those who are training, we pray. And we pray that the spirit of that program be a spirit for our entire city, for caring for those who are in danger, for caring for those who are injured, for having a common spirit of camaraderie, that we're in something together, and we pray that it is in every place. We pray for those who have been elected to lead our city, for our city council tonight. May your spirit of wisdom be with us, and may your purposes for us become clear as we debate our contested questions. And we ask all these things in your holy name. Amen.
We're now moving on to closed session. City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
City Manager, before we move on, I'd like to request that we reorder the agenda slightly so we can have the City Manager's report come up next. Interim City Manager Parra would like to provide this opportunity to Mr. Robert Detloff and his family to say a few words in honor of former Mayor Shirley Detloff, who recently passed away.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, Shirley Detloff, longtime community member, former council member, and advocate for the community, recently passed away. Bob and his 3 children are here. Bob would like to say a few words. So Bob, welcome up.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council, staff, my name is Bob Detloff. This is my son Rob and our daughter Susan. We've been residents of the city since 1964. We're here tonight to thank the 911 operator, the paramedics, fire department, and the police department for their valiant efforts in trying to save the life of Shirley. The 911 operator was smooth and calm in his direction, giving me CPR. The paramedics were quick to arrive, took over the CPR, and provided a much-needed assistance. The police watched over me to make sure that I needed help in coping with the problems. The ambulance and paramedics transferred her to the hospital. Unfortunately, the emergency room doctors were unable to sustain her. The family wishes to present a donation of $1,000 to Heart Safe in Shirley's name, so that someone in the future trained in CPR will save another life. Excuse me. I apologize for that, Chief. If you explain to people.
Sure. The Heart Safe HB is an initiative that the fire department started a couple of years ago that's designed to raise awareness for certain cardiac arrests and teach people about CPR and how to use AEDs. And so this money will go towards training and equipment to the community. So thank you very much.
I would like to thank Mr. Dutloff. We appreciate the dedication to Shirley as well as his donation to the Heart Safe program. Now, announcement of supplemental communications. Do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, Mayor. For consent calendar, item number 14, email communication regarding the monthly update for Citizen Board, Commission, Committee, and regional agencies. Item 17, a memo received from our Fire Chief Haberly regarding a correction made to an agreement with Huntington Surf and Sport for the Junior Lifeguard Program, clothing, uniforms, and merchandise. I believe it was just like a typo in the amount, and it doesn't affect the report. For item 19, an email from Toby Archer, Lieutenant, regarding the proposed service agreement with the City of Newport Beach for supplemental law enforcement services. Councilmember items number 29, 25, email communications regarding request for action on the sign code update. For Councilmember item number 30, email communication received from Carlos Rubio, President of Teamsters Local 911, regarding the HB Public Library. Vote of the people to privatize, outsource, charter amendment, and postpone, terminate RFP process until after vote. 420 email communications, plus more that aren't reported here on this report, received regarding the HB Public Library. And the last item was a draft resolution that was received from Councilmember Kalmick today regarding submission to the voters an advisory measure on whether to hire a third-party contractor to operate the Huntington Beach Library. All these items have been uploaded onto the city's website, and you have it on your iPad.
Thank you. Public comments. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, at this time, we have approximately 75 signed up to speak for public comments.
Okay, we will do 90 seconds. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All experts are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrant reducing time allowance. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or actions on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with a council member on an item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at area code 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@surfcity-hb.org. Would you please call up the first 10 speakers?
Yes. The first 10, Barbara Shapiro, Amory Hansen, Jeannie Paris, Ann Palmer, Butch Twining, Patricia Pappas, Aaron Pye, Harry McLaughlin, Barbara Richardson, Pat Goodman. Please come down and approach both podiums. Thank you.
First speaker, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Van Der Mark and council members. Since I'm the first one up today, this is going to be an interesting topic, but I just wanted to get some clarification on what's going on in the library about some of the books. We were told that the books that are inappropriate, age inappropriate, have been located to different sections of the library. These same books that were displayed at the last city council meeting that many citizens were shocked to see that were actually in the young adult section, which is classified 12 to 18, by the way, still have not been moved. Like this one that I checked out yesterday, and it's called Let's Talk About It. The visuals and content, I feel, are very inappropriate for young teens. Nothing has been moved to the fourth floor. It's completely empty. I know the American Library Association has a different definition of what is age appropriate, but since this is our public library, I think our community should have a say in what is categorized and where. I want to thank the City Council for demonstrating continued leadership by creating the Parent Guardian Book Review Committee so we can hopefully move forward with an honest consensus of this material. You represent the majority of the city, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Van Der Mark, Mayor Pro Tem Pat Burns, Natalie, Rhonda, Dan, Casey, Tony, Michael Gates, Eric Parra, everyone in the room. My name is Aaron Pai. I'm the owner of Huntington Surf and Sport. I was born in Honolulu, Hawaii. I caught my first wave on the north side of the Huntington Pier at the age of 12. I worked for the city of Huntington Beach at 18 years old. My job was picking up trash. I'm a proud resident of Huntington Beach for 52 years. Today, I'm happily married with 4 kids and 10 grandkids and 1 cool dog. The entire Pai family has grown up and lives in Huntington Beach. We all share a love for the ocean and surfing. Surfing is our life. Pai family, we're a surfing family. Everyone surfs in the Pai family, all 20 of us. I'm here to speak in support of Kelly Miller and the resolution of intent to modify the tourism bid. I've known Kelly Miller since 2013. Kelly Miller is a class act. Visit Huntington Beach is a class act. VHB helps businesses like Sugar Shack, Duke's Restaurant, and Huntington Surf and Sport to put food on the table for our families and our work teams. Tourism is an essential part of our business. It provides us with opportunities for growth, resilience, and prosperity. VHB packs not only our hotels, but it packs our beaches, community for things like the Air Show, US Open, and Surf City Marathon, with around 2.2 million visitors in 2023. We are delighted to learn that...
Thank you.
Okay, we hope that it's passed. Much love and aloha. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. I have a few slides from our Citizens Police Academy course that we just finished. My name is Patricia Green, and my husband has been in Huntington lived in Huntington for more than 50 years, and myself more than 44 years. As I said, we just graduated with a whole team of residents from the Police Academy, Citizens Police Academy course, and I wanted to thank Chief Parra for his dedication and role in leading our Huntington Beach Police Department. The men and women are truly exemplary. These are some classmates. I also would like to recognize Councilwoman Mosier for her work with the Be Well Task Force. I want to thank you for that. We got to learn about a lot. And also to Mayor Van Der Mark, Council Members Strickland, Burns, and McKeon. Thank you for supporting our police department as they work to keep our city safe. You truly represent the American values that we appreciate. During my career as a volunteer in the classroom, I often think about the kindergarten. And in the first thing in the morning, in the kindergarten, the children stood up, went to the flag, and said the Pledge of Allegiance. And that's a very important part of our city, and I appreciate you. And
thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Hi, Ann Palmer, 30-plus year resident, and this is interesting. I have multiple topics today, so I'm going to get right through them. I intended to read an open letter to our librarians. I feel very passionately about our library. I do love our library, and I hate to see what's going on now. I thought we could resolve all this. I thought it would be done within the city. That's not working. I still think we can come to a resolution. However, I didn't bring also a study that I wanted to submit to council, and I will bring that to Kathy Sykes this week, so that you can distribute it. I can't send it to you electronically because it's behind an academic firewall, but it is an ALA study entitled The Impact of Outsourcing and Privatization on Library Sciences and Management. It was commissioned by the ALA, of all people, and it was executed by Texas Women's University, the School of Library Sciences and Management. It is over 90 pages. It is not really well written, I'm surprised, but it has a lot of great information. They did a lot of research when outsourcing was first coming to fruition in the library systems, and their conclusion was it can be very good. I'd like to point out that our current library does do outsourcing, so this is not a new concept, but I'd also like to caution that this city is very independent.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Barbara Richardson, 51-year resident. I would like to pay tribute tonight to Shirley Detloff. She was a true champion of our city and a firm believer in fighting for Huntington Beach and its residents. Shirley was extremely proud of our library. She attended the rallies and council meetings, speaking out time and time again against what was happening. She was against censorship and most certainly was against hiring a private for-profit company to manage the city's library. I know Shirley would be in favor of agenda item 24-350. If council really honestly believes that privatizing our library is what the residents want, then they should allow the residents to vote on this important issue. Residents should have a say in what happens to their library. All council members should vote yes on this agenda item. And if council truly wants to honor Shirley Detloff's legacy, I request that they immediately reinstate the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity as she and Ralph Bauer originally wrote it, and that the council immediately votes to halt the RFP and cancel all plans to outsource our library once and for all in Shirley's memory. Nothing would make Shirley happier than to keep our city-run library a city-run library. If you choose not to commemorate Shirley in this fashion, at least let the people vote by passing item 24-350. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Japan, land of harmony and tranquility and cultural differences. Ice cream for breakfast, a nightshirt in your hotel room. Food is amazing. Children are incredible. And Huntington Beach, sister city, is Anjo, Japan. We were lucky to hang out with Yumi, a former Huntington Beach exchange student, on our visit to Tokyo. The Big Bathhouse is a charming story of a little girl who goes to Japan to visit her grandma and aunties. There are over 23,000 public bathhouses in Japan. Here is Little Chad's book report on that book.
Is normalizing adults bathing nude with children, whether you like it or not. This is a pedophile's dream come true.
It seems little Chad doesn't realize our sister city is in Japan. Little Chad managed to insult Japan, vilify their culture and heritage, and insinuate a sitting council member as a pedophile because he said he'd read this book to a 4-year-old. Let that sink in. I read this book to my Japanese granddaughter because I want her to know about her heritage and culture. This is how idiotic this book banning committee is. Do you really believe that these beautiful children are victims of pedophiles? They've been having public bathhouses for hundreds of years.
Next speaker.
Well done.
Go ahead.
My name is Harry McLaughlin. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I am here in support of Agenda Item 30, 24-350. The citizens of Huntington Beach should be the ones to decide whether to permit an outside company to come in, lay off our excellent librarians and support staff, and hire inferior non-union replacements at a lower wage. Our citizens regularly use and benefit from our award-winning library. They should be the ones who decide whether or not to eschew years of institutional knowledge and experience and entrust a for-profit corporation beholden only to shareholders to come in and take over the management of our public library. Once again, the council majority is seeking to implement a solution to a non-existent problem, as they did with placing 3 totally unnecessary charter amendments on the ballot for the March primary election. At that time, their mantra was, "Let's let the voters decide." What will it be, council? Will you let the voters decide this time as well? Or will you show our citizens that your hypocrisy knows no bounds by refusing to do so? Please vote yes on Agenda Item 30 and terminate any action on the RFP until after the voting results have been validated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of Item 15G, the recommendation of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee to support a bill to create a California United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission. Honoring the Semi-Quincentennial is an important act, especially in Huntington Beach, which has a long history of a large Independence Day parade, a parade I look forward to being in myself in the future. This parade has been an important event in Huntington Beach for many years, and I predict the Semi-Quincentennial Parade in Huntington Beach will be the best Independence Day parade ever. In this case, Councilman McKeon benefits from the luck of the rotation. 37 states already have a semi-quincentennial, including the 13 original colonies. Let's make sure that a commission exists from sea to shining sea. Once again, I urge a yes vote on Item 15G. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Butch Twining. I'm a 58-year resident of Huntington Beach. I consider myself to be a very common sense type person, maybe because I grew up in Huntington Beach here when things were much different. We played outside until the street lights went on. We drank water from hoses. We played hide and seek, or if there was a lot of us, we'd just play ditch 'em. We rode our bikes to school, even if our school was miles away. I had a paper route for the LA Times, and once a month I'd go out and collect $6 from everybody I delivered papers to, and I'd get to keep 65 cents of that. That was a lot. We didn't have cell phones, nor did we have Xboxes. I loved the library too. Let me repeat that. I loved the library too. In fact, my mom used to drop me off at the Helen Murphy Library probably twice a week over on Graham Street. I remember liking books about animals and oceans. But back to the common sense type person I am. I was once told that common sense is not a gift, but rather it's a punishment, because you have to deal with everyone that doesn't have it. Common sense tells me that books that promote or illustrate sexual intercourse, oral sex, masturbation, etc., have no place in the children's library. Nor do I believe it's common sense to restrict such books from the library. Just put it in the right place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Pat Goodman here. As many here tonight will remember Shirley Detloff and her involvement in so many organizations, and as a city council member, I want to reflect on her encouragement of ordinary people to be engaged in civic life. She was a coach and a guide and knew the value of an informed citizenry to make our democracy work. Bob and she were a team, and she was free to be herself and did what she loved to do, take care of her family, her home, and her community that she loved so much. We were all blessed beyond measure to have her with us for so many years. In this spirit, I'd like to encourage of encouragement and civic engagement, please vote yes on 29 and 30. As far as number 29, agenda item, I don't think political signs are necessarily effective. God help us if this is what voters rely on to make up their minds. And having political signs posted 2 elections away is absurd and irrelevant and confusing. Save your money. For item number 30, a vote by the people regarding the privatization of our library is a must. The library touches so many lives, we don't want to squander this responsibility to care for this resource. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Bayless, and my family has lived in Huntington Beach since the 1960s. It is generally considered wholly unacceptable to sell something that does not belong to you without the owner's consent. Control of our libraries belongs to the people of our city. We have entrusted that control to actual librarians, professionals whose passion and education is focused solely on library management. Selling that control to a third party to save money is wrong. It goes against the people's wishes, and the money issue is baloney on top of it. It is meant to hide third-party desires to ban books like they have in Florida and other places, and it's not okay. Thank you. If you really want to save some money, maybe you should stop fighting the state on low-income housing, and then you could save a ton of money on legal fees and court fines. And we can afford it anyway, but then you wouldn't have to quibble about it, whether or not we have money to pay our librarians to run a library that represents the people and that the people are happy with. Yeah. The library is ours, and you do not get to sell it.
Thank you. Next 10 speakers.
I do. Okay, the next 10, Andrew Ann Einhorn, David Reinerson, Ashley Brady, Wendy Rincon, Buffy, Jamie Palumbo, Tori Slack, Keenan Durham, Carol Dawes, and Eve Hazard.
Go ahead, Mr. Einhorn.
Andy Einhorn, Huntington Beach. Shirley Detloff was a dedicated and spirited advocate for the citizens of Huntington Beach, offering her service with the purest of heart. She walked her talk and in Huntington Beach was a benefactor. I endorse Agenda Item 24350, a vote of the people about our library, and Item 24337. We need better control of signage. Since we're discussing signs, you might recall that during our March election, some opponents defaced over 30 Protect HB signs by placing pre-made stickers over them, intending to vandalize signage. Finally, I'm against your 21-person amateur committee of book evaluators. While parents guide their own children's reading, they have no business to impose it on others. The library already has a system in place to challenge books. It is evident that Huntington Beach is heading in the wrong direction, and a cleanup of the swamp that infiltrates this majority is needed. They are taking Huntington Beach nowhere except into further legal disputes and a courtroom near you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David Reinerson. The council majority ran for election with a slogan of increased civic participation. So I'd like to share with you some of the civic participation that you've received. At the Library and Community Services Commission meeting, supplemental communications ran 4-1 against the Book Review Board and 13-1 against library privatization. Speakers ran 16-1 against library privatization. Both proposals are also opposed by the Friends of the Huntington Beach Library, and there are weekly protests against both proposals, as well as numerous letters to the editor and opinion pieces in the local newspapers. You also heard today that there were over 450 supplemental communications regarding your latest proposal, which brings us to agenda item 30, a proposal to put the decision on library privatization to a vote of the people in the upcoming general election. So what's it going to be, Council Majority? If you really believe in civic participation, you will approve agenda item 30 and let the citizens decide. If not, we can only conclude that you only support civic participation when it agrees with you and your campaign promise was a bald-faced lie. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to mourn the passing of Shirley Detloff. She was an exemplary public servant, devoting over 60 years to our city with good humor, fairness, and a kind disposition. She will be sorely missed, and you guys should take note.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Carol Dawes, longtime resident. When I heard that former Mayor Shirley Detloff died, I was shocked and deeply saddened. We had just talked about strategies to fight privatization of our library. She was smart, impassioned, and most importantly, she was devoted to this city and its citizens, all citizens. I could go on about her countless accomplishments, but I know what Shirley would want me to do tonight, talk about supporting agenda item 30 to protect our library. The public has a right to vote on whether our beloved library is managed by the city or by wealthy out-of-town investors. No other public library in Orange County is privatized. Mission Viejo and Fullerton have rejected LS&S's offers, as have many others in the United States. Residents love our library with its vast collection and programming. A volunteer at Huntsville, Texas Library, which was outsourced to LS&S just last year, told me yesterday that LS&S removed thousands of books, used their own selection criteria, and it made the public very upset. Their book collection was decimated. Santa Clarita Library broke its contract with LS&S due to unexpected costs and weak service. A longtime volunteer there told me that bringing in LS&S was a huge mistake. By selling off our library to greedy investors, those responsible will...
Next speaker.
Wendy Rincon, 50-year resident. I hope that everyone saw this past Sunday's Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. I don't think it's exactly the tourism ad that we really need for this city, but he did talk about our library. So with that, I think that we can all understand the platform of Protect the Children. I'm a mom, I'm an aunt, I protect kids too. I don't think it's a right, a left, a center. I think we all can agree we all want to protect kids. What I think is appropriate, what you think is appropriate, they're probably going to differ. So I think the best course of action is to put it to the vote to the citizens. That is the only course of action. Clearly, we're all divided. But the one thing you have done right is you have engaged the citizens, and you can see it right here, and not just this room, not just the overflow, but then the overflow, and the 450 emails. So thank you. You have absolutely done something right. I think that Shirley Detloff is the example of what we should all be doing as engaged citizens for Huntington Beach. And I am honored to have been a child growing up when she was here, and I hope that all of you would like to be held in the same esteem that she will be. And if that's the case, support 30 and put it to the vote.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Jamie Palumbo. I recently got to move home to my beloved Huntington Beach, and I did not realize I'd be moving into all of this. But here we are. So I'm here in support of agenda items 29 and 30. 29, signs everywhere, is a blight on our city. We severely dislike election season because of all the signage everywhere. 30, our library is a community asset. It was built up over 100 years by the community, and it should be up to the community what happens to the library. This should be put to a vote in November and let the community to decide what happens to our library. We are against privatization. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, 35-year resident and homeowner. First of all, I would like to pay tribute to Shirley Detloff. She truly loved Huntington Beach and was a champion for what is right. At the last city council meeting, we sadly witnessed members of a local church shout terrible names at the librarian speaking at the podium, then cheer when she announced her resignation. There was zero control of the horrible behavior by our mayor. You only seem to pound the gavel when people you don't like speak out. I guess your friends can flip off and cuss out the audience and call people names. I'm not sure which Bible verse says, ridicule and threaten thy librarians while they beg for protection from their bosses. But let me know which verse I can refer to for that Christ-like behavior. I support agenda item 29. Residents agree that the sign wars and blight on our city is out of control, including unethical signage months before an election. Let's keep signs constrained to our own yards and end the littering of our coastal city. I support agenda item 30. If the 4 members are authentic in, quote, letting the people decide, they should support this. If they vote against this, it will be a hypocritical vote. The taxpayers paid for the libraries and their contents. Council members should not have the power to overrule the will of the people and hand over our public libraries to a corporation. Let the voters decide. If you are truly confident that this is what the people want, don't be scared. Put it to a vote.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Keenan Durham, Executive Director of Pride at the Pier. On behalf of our organization, I would like to honor the late Shirley Detloff with a brief moment of silence. I'm here to encourage a yes vote on agenda item number 30. I've been privileged to spend countless hours in the last few months on the ground talking to Huntington Beach community members about the concept of library privatization. And at a time when this community has so many divisive issues, this issue is bipartisan. There are a lot of conservatives that we are talking to who do not support library privatization. A no vote on agenda number 30 is not a vote to protect kids. It's not a vote to save money. It's not a vote because it's not a big deal or what other reasons we're going to hear tonight during discussion. A no vote tonight will be a vote against transparency and against the voice of this community. Huntington Beach deserves a council that cares about what the community thinks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Aiden Palumbo, and I just got here like 3 years ago, and I must be in the wrong country because last I checked, we kind of vote on things so citizens can agree on something. But, you know, with that out of the way, you guys somehow gave me a lot to complain about. I just got here. That's pretty impressive. I must say, last I checked, a public library is public, and there is a famous quote, we must all know that knowledge is power, so I can understand why you're trying to ban books. Why should we have the knowledge to have the power? But, you know, I already got my knowledge because I got here beforehand, so I would like to take a quote from The Art of War by Sun Tzu, that no nation is benefited by prolonged warfare. Now, of course, that was kind of referring to like actual war, but this can be like considered a war, I'm sure. The war on the book ban, the war against the book ban. I don't think it's really helpful, so I think we should default to the easy solution that we've been doing since the creation of our country, to vote on it. Let's get the public opinion. It is a public library. Why don't we get the public opinion? I can't believe I have to get up here to say this. I was forced to be here. Now I want to be here. That's wild. I mean, I didn't really know what stance I should be making until I heard what item, I think 30 is, and, you know, I kind of support it. It also didn't help that you cut someone else off like half a second early, clearly showing how much you dislike them. That's a little rude, in my opinion, and I don't think you should do it again. With that being said, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Eve Hazard. I'm a student at HBHS. And Mayor Van Der Mark, I have 2 questions for you. The first is, how can you sit in front of over 100 people urging you to not privatize the library, receive nearly 600 emails, and still do the opposite of what was asked? The principle of a representative government, one we have, is that citizens may elect officials that serve the will of their constituents and do what is best for them. I support item 30 because a vote will at least show what the citizens of HB want, so you can know for sure what you are supposed to do as a representative of us. Ignoring facts, let's say the LS&S dream is true and we can save money on a private library. We would also lose the library staff and volunteers that put in hours of work and nearly $300,000 in donations. So in privatizing the library, you are not representing the people that work so the library can be more than just books. You are not representing the people that go to the library for services like the Maker's Space or Veterans Resource Center that LS&S is not equipped to support. And you are not representing the generations of people that made our library a center for education and community. Approve item number 30 and at least put the privatization of the library up to a vote. Put it back to the will of your constituents. Or Mayor Van Der Mark, and this is my second question, are you too scared that a fair and free election might just show the citizens of Huntington Beach don't want another of your political stunts? Thank you.
Thank you. Are you calling down? You're calling down the next 10.
Okay. Last call for Ashley Brady and Tori Slack, Brianna Lee, Meg Flynn, Dina Chavez, Nora Peterson, Diane Bentley, Brenda Glim, Gretchen Erickson, Kat Ferna, Deborah Jubinski, and Carlos Rubio. Please come down.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brianna, and I'm here to speak in support of item number 30, which would require citizens to vote on the privatization of the library. Our country was founded on the democratic ideals of popular sovereignty and limited government, which are the principles ensuring that a state is governed by the consent and will of the people. Elected officials are chosen not necessarily for their ideologies, but rather their ability to accurately represent the diverse array of perspectives held by their constituents. By refusing to let the citizens of Huntington Beach vote on this measure, you are effectively limiting our political participation and are destroying a central pillar of our American democracy. I did not agree with the ballot measures passed in March, but at least the decision was left up to the people. This library measure should similarly be decided by citizens, especially because privatization is an issue that transcends budgetary considerations. I find it hypocritical that our council is trying to regulate the books in our library in the name of protecting children, but will also sell the library in the blink of an eye. Private library services have also developed a reputation for not being transparent with the public about funding and individual programs. And until we have accurate evidence to support the benefits of privatization, I remain adamantly against it. To the council members, remember that you serve your constituents and not Mike Posey. If you are truly American and believe in democracy, support item 30 and let the citizens of Huntington Beach decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Diane Bentley, and I'm here tonight to honor Shirley Detloff, former mayor and city council member who passed away on April 23rd. Shirley was a paragon of dedication to service for the community and a guiding light in support of all that is great and good in Huntington Beach. She crafted an important declaration on human dignity in the 90s that guided the city's commitment to respect everyone. She was a founding member of the Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve and the Shipley Nature Center. She was active in the Boys and Girls Club. She was a leader in the effort to reduce homelessness in Huntington Beach. She was outspoken in her efforts to save our wonderful library, and she did all this with a smile and a commitment to working with others, but with steel in her spine until her very last day. I find it incredibly sad that her final months were marred by having to watch so many things that she'd worked so hard for undone by the anti-democratic actions of this city council majority. This city, especially the terrible threat to our library system. This City Council can honor Shirley's dedication to democracy by passing item 24-350, which calls for a measure on the November ballot to seek the input of HB citizens regarding the future of the HB Library. Vote yes on item 24-350.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Nora Peterson, 37-year resident. I support agenda item 30. A vote of the people is necessary. We the people, yes, we the people have spoken overwhelmingly against privatization of our public library. This institution has served us well and for over 100 years. Our precious library is not the possession of the City Council majority extremists. If the extremist four listened to the heartfelt public voices, they would know that there is no mandate for privatization. If they did the research, they would learn that there is very little cost saving, if any, from outsourcing. If the extremist four actually read in public libraries, they would never support outsourcing of professional librarians. It's quite a disappointment to see the majority four that they would rather sacrifice quality to line the pockets of our former and unpopular mayor, who is now an agent for East Coast private library firm, then sing the praise of our public library and our dedicated professional librarians. Our library is a treasure that's vital to our community. Libraries foster critical thinking, education, creativity, and pure enjoyment. Please vote in favor of agenda item 30 for the people of Huntington Beach. Please direct the city manager to stop further work on the request for proposal until the people have voted in November.
Thank you. Next speaker.
City Council members, my name is Meg Flynn. I was born and raised in Huntington Beach. As a child, one of the only places where learning was fun for me was the library. It's not just a library to me, it's a wonderful place to go for my family. My younger daughter has enjoyed STEM programs at Oakview Library and at the Central Library. The librarians take the time to talk to my older daughter about her interests so they can help her find good reads, which is a difficult task. I am against the privatization of Huntington Beach Public Library. There should be more steps in place before such an important decision is made. I support agenda item 24-350. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dina Chavez. This push toward privatization represents a leadership failure unprecedented in our city's history. Privatizing a library will never be an achievement. It will always be seen as the failure of local government that it is. The indifference to the quality of life of its citizens that such a move represents will never be forgotten. Our library is already the most efficiently run in Orange County, providing an exceptional return on investment. Taxpayers contribute only $27 per capita. The national average is $70. It is perplexing that our city chooses to target our beloved library as a cost savings measure. Squeezing the life out of this cherished institution to save a buck is nothing more than disgraceful. The Friends of the Library, here we go. In 2014, the library budget was $4.9 million. Today, the library budget is $5 million. That is a mere $100,000 increase in 10 years. The Friends of the Library, meanwhile, contributes more than double this amount annually, a contribution that will end if privatization occurs. LS&S contracts increase 2.5% every year. It begs the question, why is our city willing to grant a private equity firm a 2.5% budget increase annually while neglecting similar generosity toward our publicly run city library? Our public libraries, along with everyone in them, deserve unwavering protection and support. Next year will be the 50th anniversary of the Central Library, the iconic crown jewel of Huntington Beach. Volunteers like me should be planning a grand celebration, not a funeral. Fighting for our library is always the right thing to do. Support agenda item 24350. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Brenda Glenn. I saw on HB on John Oliver, along with several other town citizens and elected officials. And the funny thing were, they were reading snippets from the same exact books your cult followers are reading. Got me thinking and researching. Why? Y'all are playing from Putin, China, and Iran's destroy democracy from within playbook, metaphorically speaking. Sad how dumbing down our society is making it easy for foreign influence to help destroy democratic ideals by 1,000 cuts. How about this once? Y'all use your noggins / common sense and agreed to put privatization of the library on the November ballot. Then you can run on, see, we still believe in democracy.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Whatever the cost of our libraries, the price is cheap compared to that of an ignorant nation. Walter Cronkite, famous journalist. Gretchen Erickson, 22-year resident, 16-year employee, chief shop steward for just a few months now. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Local 911, Local 1932, Local 495, Local 630, Local 986, Local 166, Local 399, Local 396, and any others that may be here this evening in support of our members. Thank you, Councilmember Kalmick, Bolton, and Mosier for bringing forward item number 30. Preserving libraries from outsourcing ensures continued access to invaluable resources, including our phenomenal staff and my members. It fosters a sense of community and it provides for intellectual exchange. The Huntington Beach Municipal Teamsters always encourage and appreciate transparency and support bringing the potential privatization or outsourcing to a vote of the people. Thank you to our incredible library services team. Your unwavering commitment to enriching lives through literature, resources, and community engagement does not go unnoticed. Your passion and expertise shape the experiences of countless individuals, young and old, who walk through the library's doors seeking information, inspiration, and connection every day. In closing, after 48 short days, we did receive a response to our public records request, so I do appreciate that, and I promise I won't bring it up again. Thank you so much. I look forward to voting on this measure in November.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carlos Rubio, and I am the president of Teamsters Local 911. And today I'm joined by many of our members who support our brothers and sisters working in the public library system. I would also like to remind everyone that we should thank our public servants because without them, this meeting wouldn't even be happening. The lights wouldn't be on, the AC wouldn't be on, and some of the staffers that are working the meeting wouldn't be making this happen. I also want to say that I'm very proud to be a Golden West College alumni, a water polo player back 20 years ago when I was in shape. And you know, a lot of times I spend time at the library because that's the only place I felt safe. So Teamsters Local 911 and the Huntington Beach Municipal Teamsters continue to be grateful for the opportunity to serve the constituents of the city. We are committed to continue to keep up the maintenance and improvement of quality of life that makes the city of Huntington Beach a great place to live, work, and play. Today, we recognize our dedicated, educated, experienced library services staff members who serve this community day in and day out without interruption. We would like to remind you that our library services staff members are champions of intellectual curiosity, leaders of discovery, and stewards of lifelong learning. Our Teamster library staff professionals continue to be committed to fostering a love for literacy and learning while serving diverse populations with a myriad of needs. Our members are residents, homeowners, taxpayers, voters, parents, and supporters of many community volunteer efforts. We urge you to please approve, pass, say yes to item 30. This really is the good thing to do. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm Deborah Jabinski, a 36-year resident and homeowner in this city and a city employee for 23 years. I am speaking tonight in support of item 30 and on behalf of the Huntington Beach Management Employees Organization, who I have the honor to represent as their board president. HBMEO is the union that represents our library services manager and our senior and principal librarians. It is the librarians who create the value in the programs and services that they continue to provide despite months of uncertainty as to whether their jobs will be outsourced. Knowing and seeing firsthand the immense support our librarians have from our community, I find it surreal that I need to be here advocating to keep it intact. I trust that none of you want to be forever known as the council that dismantled an award-winning library. Please take action tonight to approve item 30 and let our citizens have a voice so that the community can ensure that our library and our talented, amazing, award-winning librarians are protected from outsourcing. I want to give a heartfelt thank you to the Orange County Employees Association and their board members here tonight, the OC Labor Federation, our Teamsters and the multiple chapters here tonight, and all of the dedicated union members who gave up their evening to be here in solidarity with our librarians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 10 speakers.
Yes, Mayor. Last call for Kat Ferna, the next group. Lee Olney, Kathy Ryder, Pam Smart, Janet Johnson, Zignesh Pader, Sue Welfringer, Avery Counts, TJ England, Ken Inouye, Giovanni Chavez, or Chavez.
Next speaker, come up to the podium.
Kathy Ryder, Huntington Beach voter and homeowner for 39 years. I would like to acknowledge 60 years of service to Huntington Beach by Shirley Detloff. She served on our city boards and commissions, our city council, a mayor, and she was a strong advocate for protecting our wetlands, helping our homeless neighbors, and so much more. And she so loved our public libraries that she had recently attended one of our weekly Friday evening walks. She's left a long-lasting legacy here in Huntington Beach. So what will be the legacy for the current council majority? Turning over our well-managed public libraries, the most popular city asset, to a private, for-profit corporation? It's past time to let the voters make some kind of a decision. You need to vote yes for agenda item number 30. You see, the taxpayers have paid for the buildings, the maintenance of the buildings, and all the books and materials that are in the buildings. And for over 100 years, the Huntington Beach residents have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to support our libraries. It belongs to them. It does not belong to the 4 members of the extreme majority. The taxpayers should have an opportunity to vote on their most well-managed and long-term investment. You see, our libraries belong to all of us. I also urge a yes vote on agenda item number 29. Over the years, I've heard complaints from hundreds of residents about their campaign sign blight during election season. Enough is enough. So it's time to put partisan politics aside, vote yes on 29 and 30. It is the right thing to do, because if you truly believe in the people,
Next speaker.
My name is Pam Smart. I've lived in Huntington Beach for 48 years, more than half my life. I've supported many issues, but have never participated in any protests or marches against anything. And here I find myself at age 78 marching down the street with a sign from the library. This has got me angry enough to do that. And I do it because it's important and I want to make a difference. The City Council, well, it's hard to find something to say that hasn't been said already tonight because they're all here for the same reason. But it doesn't hurt to say it 1,000 times over. We want to keep our library public. Our public library in Huntington Beach is the pride of our city, and we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. The City Council is voted into office by the people. You represent the people. Please listen to the people. Let this matter be voted on by the people so they can tell you again what you've heard here tonight over and over. keep our libraries public, vote yes on item 30. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi there. My name is Janet Johnson, and I'm wondering if you city council members are wondering if you're going to get anywhere near the kinds of accolades at the end of your term as Shirley Detloff has gotten at the end of her life. And I also note that I haven't heard a single person say it would be really, really nice to send our library off to someone else to manage it. Not one person has said that so far, and I'm guessing nobody else is either. You've really rattled Huntington Beach with all of your planned changes for the library. Please don't mess with the library. Lots of people will never forget that you were the ones who proposed the major changes. Please do put privatization on the ballot. And please just drop this whole thing with the library and let the city take care of itself in terms of the good library system that it's had for all these years, as all these people can attest to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm TJ Eglin, 56-year homeowner of Huntington Beach, and I am here in strong support of the agenda item 24-350, the charter amendment voters need to decide. At 82 years of age, because of your actions about the library, I find myself out walking my neighborhood, ringing doorbells, talking to people, passing out flyers about this. It is amazing. I was amazed at some people who don't have a clue what's going on in this city, and I am happy to inform them. And I also have talked to conservatives as well as liberals, and not one person in the 60 households I've visited has been for privatization of this library. I guarantee you at your next election, if you do this, you're not going to be sitting here, is my belief. The people are not going to vote for you. This is not a decision for 4 people in this city to make. This is for the almost 200,000 people in this city to vote on.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lee Olney. I'm a 37-year resident and homeowner of Huntington Beach. I'm here to speak in favor of number 30, 24-350 on the agenda. As Abraham Lincoln said, democracy is government of the people, by the people, for the people. The people of Huntington Beach should have the right to decide on the future of the public library. The first public library in Huntington Beach was established in 1909, not long after the city was incorporated. And ever since then, the system has grown and improved. The Huntington Beach public libraries have been a continued source of pride for the citizens of Huntington Beach, as evidenced by the many activities and the support of the Friends groups and the awards received. Rather than the monumental decision being left to 4 people who have a relationship with our former city councilman and mayor, which reeks of cronyism, the decision about keeping the library public should be made by the citizens of Huntington Beach. And like many people, I was shocked and saddened by the death of Shirley Detloff. I really admire her and I'm so grateful for all she did. She was active in improving our city up to and including the day before she passed away. We should all try to be more like her. I'm also in favor of item 29 on the agenda, clarifies the rules for posting signs, removes the possibilities of misinterpretation and creation of loopholes.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jessica Budiga. I am a longtime resident of Huntington Beach, former environmental board member, college English professor, and mom to these two kiddos down here. I'm taking a leap of faith in humanity. I'm a little shaky right now. I have been very scared to come here, as have many of the parents that I know, due to the rhetoric and overall appalling behavior that we have seen take place in these chambers, including some of the language that has been used to describe librarians, people who like certain books, even one of our sitting council members. And the fact that we would use language that talks about child endangerment and grooming in such unfounded, fear-mongering ways, it makes it really intimidating for parents of young children to come here. So this isn't exactly easy right now to do. But I found that this was really important, and actually my kids wanted me to come because they didn't like that anyone was trying to change their library in any way. And I want them to know that their mom, I want them to see their mom standing up for their future. Because LS&S has shown that it does not save cities money. So I started wondering, why else would you want it? Well, control, right? Because then you can control what's in the library, just like what you're doing now. And I get it. You're like, oh, no, it's a citizens brigade, and they're the ones that are going to decide the books. But you're still telling someone else to decide what books my kids get to see and how I make a decision. So I can't protect my own children? I'm not capable? Like, I can't look at a book and decide whether or not that is okay for my kids? So if I'm not capable of protecting my children...
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, go ahead.
Hi. My name's Sue. I'm Sue Welfringer. I wanted to say hello to my tourism friends. I'm so excited to see them. I want to thank you for everything you do for this city, and sorry that this is part of what you're dealing with, but great to see them in the audience today. When I moved here in 1997, Shirley Detloff was mayor, and I was working at the waterfront, and we would watch Channel 3 because we wanted to know what was going to go on with the property next door. And then she wasn't mayor anymore, and then that's how I figured out the way that we do it. But way back then, and for most of the years that I was involved with the city, there wasn't a red and a blue, like, I don't know, maybe we were purple. I didn't know that candidates just made decisions. And so I'm sorry that that's different. I have been a member or a resident and volunteer for 27 years. You know, I'm disturbed about the year-long attack on our library system. Our community does not deserve this. With deaf ears to the voices of actual patrons and supporters, you've already restricted access to books, established a questionable, politically appointed book selection committee, and directed staff to provide you with a proposal for privatizing the management of our public library. I am here in support of 24-350 and recommend terminating the RFP process. I appreciate Council Members Bolton, Kalmick, and Mosier for bringing this item forward. Thank you for listening and recognizing how important our efficiently run, operated, our high-quality professional library system is.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council, and good evening, Huntington Beach. My name is Avery Counts. I'm a proud resident of Huntington Beach. I want to take this time to thank Shirley Detloff, my first mayor of my life, for the amazing work she did for this city and her continued legacy within it. Now, I'm here to urge the Council to vote yes on Agenda Item 30 because I would certainly hope that any public servant would have the competency and decency to ask the people that they serve whether or not they would like to have the most popular part of our city government ripped away from them and ripped away from the public view, which we've all paid taxes into. I would love to take a moment to remind this council, this library, our libraries are far more popular than you are, will, or will ever be. Forever. Now, folks, it seems a bit of a political liability. I know he's not here. I wouldn't want to seek higher office after having done something like this, taking the voice away from the people, especially when I'm running out of places to carpetbag to, frankly. Speaking of running for office, why wasn't this in your platforms? Why are you hiding your true intentions from the people of Huntington Beach? Who do you work for? Because it's obviously not us. It's obviously not us. It's obviously not the city of Huntington Beach. And frankly, whether or not you like it, the people of Huntington Beach will make their voice heard and will always stand up for our libraries, regardless of your actions. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Huntington.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Kenny Noe. I'm a 51-year resident of Huntington Beach. Shirley Detloff was a friend and mentor of mine for 30 years. And as you heard all the accolades today, you'll know that the things she cherished were the quality of life for all the people in this city, and also the desire to have every person in this city be respected with human dignity. Shirley Detloff was amazing, and she will be missed. But as a Christian, I take comfort in the fact that she's met up with her longtime cohort, Dr. Ralph Bauer. I'm sure they're looking at the council chambers tonight and hoping that the City Council can work together, because that's one of the things Shirley said she liked the most about public service, was that she was able to work with colleagues who believed in the quality of life and who wanted to make Huntington Beach a better place. So in that spirit, I respectfully request that you not only support agenda item number 30, but also withdraw your request for proposal. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council members and all the community members that have shown up here today. I'm Giovanni Chavez, the president of the California Young Democrats. The California Young Democrats represent over 10,000 young people all across the state, many of which are members in Orange County and many of which are members here in Huntington Beach. I'm here to urge the City Council to vote yes on item 30 and to stop this attempt to privatize public libraries. It's no secret that the City Council majority is focused on tearing the community apart. The City Council previously spearheaded an initiative to implement voter ID laws, which is a direct assault on democracy. The City Council majority created a city panel to review what children can and cannot read, much like something you'd see in a banana republic. And now the City Council is attempting to privatize its libraries as if it were some corporation. This isn't Walmart or McDonald's where you can just write off things as another expense. This is a city where people rely on you. Privatizing libraries will have real-life consequences on the city's services and on the lives of our public servants. Privatizing libraries will only damage the quality of services, raise city costs, and hurt the public workers who have dedicated their lives to serving the city. I urge you to abandon this plan to privatize public libraries and to not further burden the city with this pattern of right-wing fanaticism.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my friends on City Council. Hello to Huntington Beach. My name is Dom Jones, and I'm running to be your next state assemblywoman to represent Huntington Beach. Libraries are not just buildings filled with books. They are pillars of knowledge, centers of learning, and hubs of community engagement. They provide access to information, resources, and opportunities for all, regardless of their background. Privatizing our libraries will not only limit access, but erode the foundation of inclusivity and equality upon which our society stands, upon which our society right now is in desperate need of vision and in direction. Huntington Beach, go ahead and clap for it because you know we need to. Go ahead. Huntington Beach cannot be used as a political football in the aim to cause further division. We need harmony. And when you rob our librarians and our staff of their jobs, when you hurt them, you hurt all of us. And when you hurt us, you hurt the very things that you say you stand for. And trust me, we need literacy in this city, and a literacy of a certain kind. A literacy that says compassion and empathy and humanity and not partisan politics, because nobody in here was born red or born blue. We were born human.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next on speakers.
Yes. Last call for Zignesh Pader. The next 10, Neil, Marlon Calderon, Gus Garcia, Connie Boardman, Don Ramsey, Paul Madison, Tony Duran, Tim Geddes, Tori Johnson, and Donald Wittenberg.
I saw him there.
Anybody, just come on up.
First speaker. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Geddes here. First of all, I would like to support Agenda Item 30, 24350, to require a vote of the people to privatize, outsource our public library operations. This is the community's asset and not the possession of a collection of officials who all received less than 14% of the vote in the 2022 election. There is no mandate for this action, period. While we may be stuck with this council majority for a couple more years, we can certainly push back on their anointed authoritarian acolytes running in November. You perhaps remember the children's nursery rhyme, Three Blind Mice. You know, 3 blind mice, see how they run. This rhyme has a basis in history, specifically in 17th century England, where 3 Anglican bishops were blinded by their extremism and suffered the consequences. They refused to consider that their views should not prevail despite public outcry against them. We have 3 council candidates similarly blinded by extremist ideology, seeking to further the damage and chaos created by the current council majority. They are the new 3 blind mice. See how they run. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Don Wittenberg. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach for more than 20 years. I don't know how I can follow some of these very passionate speeches, but I'll try. I consider the Huntington Beach Public Library a tremendous resource and a vital center of the community. Privatization is a threat to our institution. For more than 100 years, the library has been served by professional librarians that have served the wide interests of the community without political agenda. I question the motivation of the board. Is it trying to influence the free discourse of cultural and political thought? Presumably, the council would have a profound effect on the future of the library by their choice of the winning bid. Who makes the choice? By what criteria? I support the present staff who are eminently qualified. Privatization could mean awarding a contract to the lowest bidder in order to save a few bucks. Cutting the salaries and pensions of the professionals that we have now would be a terrible mistake. Please allow the public to decide this issue on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Neil. I had a lot of things on my mind to say, but honestly, I've been blown away by some of the speakers here tonight, so I'm going to have to refresh here. But first, I want to say, I know we've only been given a minute and a half to speak. There was no announcement made at the top of the meeting that would be the case. You said
there
3
was.
minutes. No, you said 3 minutes, and that was it. I was listening. Everyone was listening. So anyways, with my halftime, first, I want to take some time to honor Shirley Detloff and her years of dedication and service to this community. We are richer for her contributions and memory, even as we are poorer for her loss. Let her stand as an enduring example of individual commitment to public service and the greater good. If we can any of us can be even a fraction of the person she was, it'll be an incredible impact on this community. Second, I'm really curious as to why we still don't have a new city manager. We have an interim city manager who is also the police chief, which really, distracts from the purpose of both. I don't know how someone is supposed to do two important roles like that and effectively manage their time. So I think even if it's an alternative candidate, with the greatest of respect to Police Chief Parra, he should be the police chief in that case, and we should have someone doing the role, even if it's still another interim manager. I know this city is not exactly a hot spot for people to apply and work for at the moment, but that is your job to fix, so you should work on that. And really, I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Marlon Calderon. I'm here representing Aguilar and Calderon Corporation. I'm here to express our opposition to Board Action 24-232, agenda item number 21 in the consent agenda, which pertains to the acceptance of the bid and authorization of construction contract with Classic Engineering and Construction for the Lee Park Improvements Project, City Contract 1668. City Contract 1668 was originally awarded to Aguilar and Calderon Corporation on March 21st, 2023 for the Lee Bar Improvement Projects. However, due to several errors and omissions in the contract documents, as well as the lack of construction permits, the city did not issue the notice to proceed until 7 months later, on October 16, 2023. Despite completing 85% of the contract scope of work, the city engineer unilaterally terminated our contract for convenience. We submitted our final settlement to the city in February. Unfortunately, we have encountered an impasse with the city engineer, who has refused to address the issues and compensate us for the labor, material, and equipment provided to the city. We believe that bringing a neutral third party to review the issues will be beneficial in resolving this dispute. The actions taken by the city engineer have severely impacted our company, resulting in lost jobs, disruptions to our cash flow, and impacts to our day-to-day operations as small business.
Hi, my name is Emma Palumbo. I'm here to speak about my opinion. First of all, I'd like to say that I do not agree with the fact that you are taking away our right to vote on whether the library should be private or not. I see that that is not right, as that is different from what a democracy should be. And also, I see that you banning books because they're considered pornographic is wrong, as they are teaching books that are used to be for teaching people all about their body and what is right or wrong for appropriated and boundaries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm former Mayor Connie Boardman, and I support a yes vote on items 29 and 30. According to the last quality of life survey done by the city, 80% of the Huntington Beach residents surveyed were highly satisfied with our libraries and all the programs they offer. If you doubt the depth of support voters have for our current library system, there's a very simple way to verify it. Let the voters tell you directly. You can hear from all the voters by supporting item 30. I'm also here tonight to acknowledge the recent sudden unexpected loss of former Mayor and Coastal Commissioner Shirley Detloff. Shirley was a force for good in our community for over 60 years. Think of the things you like about Huntington Beach: parks, libraries, Bolsa Chica wetlands, Shipley Nature Center, our pier, great coastal access. At some point in her life, as an activist, planning commissioner, council member, mayor, coastal commissioner, and community volunteer, Shirley played an important role in all of those things and more. I want to express my deepest condolences to her family and assure them they don't grieve alone. There are hundreds of us in our community who grieve and miss her along with them. And Shirley, rest assured that the movement for good governance you helped spark in late 2022 will continue its fight.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Gus Garcia. I'm an investigator for the Center for Contract Compliance. I'm here on agenda item number 21. I'm urgently bringing to your attention the concerning history of unresponsiveness, non-compliance, and failure to fulfill contractual obligations exhibited by Classic Engineering Construction. Today, I sent an email to everyone. On this email, you'll find supporting documents detailing severe prevailing wage violations and other instances of concerns, such as bid withdrawals, rejections, defaults of contracts, and non-responsiveness. It is important to prioritize the public's interest by awarding public contracts to responsible bidders capable of meeting the requirements of the proposed work. We believe the information sent to you is crucial in assessing whether Classic aligns with these standards. We appreciate your time and attention to the issue. Before approving the agenda item and awarding the contract, we urge you to conduct a thorough review of Classic Engineering. Your careful consideration is vital in selecting a contractor who upholds the law. Thank you.
Paul Madison. Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Madison. I'm the general manager of the Paseo Hotel and Spa located here in Huntington Beach. I am here to express my support for the T-bid increase that is on the agenda item this evening. Obviously, in our business, every percent counts, and this is a self-assessment that we are putting forward on ourselves because we see this as a competitive way to keep with some of our local area hotels. So Newport, Laguna, the out-the-door price and taxes that a consumer might pay, they're all still in line with this, but this is going to give us a lot more opportunity to drive business to this city. It's going to give us a lot more opportunity to market this city for all the great things that we can offer. This is something that we didn't enter in lightly. There was a lot of conversation at the Visit Huntington Beach board to really table this because, you know, anytime you see a percent that's an increase, I could use that against me in another city to sell it. But because of the fact that we are in line with all of our competitors, this is just an opportunity for us to, again, to be more competitive, to drive more business, which ultimately will ensure that we're bringing more tax dollars to the city. So again, I'm in full support of this assessment increase. Again, self-assessment that has nothing to do with anything other than if you happen to come to my hotel, which then yes, you would receive an increase. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Don Ramsey. I'm a local guy here, 61-year resident of Huntington Beach. I'm here to talk about my support for resolution of the intent to modify the tourism bid. Although VHB is not in the hotel short-term rental business, VHB is a huge part of our tourism industry. And when tourism does well, we do well. Around 2.2 million people visited Huntington Beach in 2023, and tourists are an important part of our businesses. They spend money in our stores, take lessons with us, rent our surfboards, eat in our businesses, contribute tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in income for us. Visitors help keep our doors open and makes it possible for us to employ staff. Because tourism is one of Huntington Beach's main sources of income, it's important to make sure visitors are still coming to Huntington Beach. With the T-bid modification increase, VHB can continue to do their job and do that. The cost of doing business has also increased, and a T-bid increase will provide the tourism industry with some of the resources we need to keep pace with those costs. I believe this modification will benefit not only the tourism bid, but also benefit local businesses and owners like me. The city will also benefit from more sales tax and other revenues, so it's really a win-win situation for our town. We hope the city council will support this.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Tony Duran. I'm a resident, business owner, executive vice president of Huntington Beach Downtown. I'm speaking as an individual this evening. I want to express my support for item number 28, which is the resolution of intent to modify the tourism bid. In addition to briefly covering some thoughts on micromobility, the city of Huntington Beach, as we all know, is very dependent on tourism and great visitor experiences, and our businesses and residents are relying on us to make a decision which will allow us to thrive in a very competitive environment. For this reason, I support the T-bid modification. Over the past 30 years, I had the opportunity to travel and work in 35 states. I've worked in the golf, sports, recreation industries. I've visited some of the best destination cities in the world, worked with their city officials, and I can say this, we're doing better than most. And we still got room for improvement, there's no doubt about it, and some of the things that happen on Main Street I see every day, we can certainly improve with micromobility. There's a trend towards micromobility becoming the key to success for destination cities. And I did prepare a brief presentation and emailed it to all city council members. So I certainly would love to have the opportunity to discuss it further and see if that's something that would work for our city. But we're one city, we're one team. Love to have that atmosphere. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Tori Johnson from Huntington Beach. I've lived here for 13 years. I do the Black Lives Matter Huntington Beach local chapter here. I just want to take a second and say on the record, like, I hope that when I pass away that I leave half the legacy that Miss Shirley Detloff left here. She touched a lot of people. She changed the city for good. She did a lot of good work here. I missed the last city council meeting. I've spent the last month at Coachella and Stagecoach and stuff, so I was out there having a great time. But to the best of my knowledge, I don't think anything has changed. Miss Gracey Van Der Mark still has not produced any proof of any GED or high school diploma, and we're still here talking about this library situation. So I'm here to also go on the record to state that I support item numbers 29 and 30 because it just makes sense for people who campaigned on limited government, to get their hands off of stuff that they shouldn't have their paws on at all, Our libraries are the city's libraries. They've been here, they've been great. They'll be here after you, they were here before you, and they're better than you. And I hope you read, make it to the adult section one day and make it out of the children's section because there are bigger fish to fry. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 10 speakers, Linda Moon, Carol Canode, Karen Carroll, Laverne Rosau, Cody Cleary, Danny Hanna, Gigi Jackson, Rocky McKinnon, Lori McCullough, Christopher Remy.
I'm Linda Moon, and I also support adoption of items 29 and 30. I'm a 50-year resident of Huntington Beach, a homeowner and a business owner. Item 29 promotes safety and reasonably controls the ever-increasing sign blight that occurs every election season. Item 30 will allow the public a say in whether or not our library system, the jewel of our community, remains a public resource dedicated to providing informational resources to all who enter. I would also like to note the invaluable contributions of the late former Mayor Shirley Detloff. Treasured resources including Huntington Beach Central Library, Huntington Beach Central Park, Shipley Nature Center, the preserved Bolsa Chica wetlands, City Hall, the Senior Center, and many more were created, at least in part, due to her efforts and advocacy. Her positive legacy will surpass that of any on the dais tonight. The causes she championed were those that made this city a better place for all of its residents. That is supposed to be the goal of all public officials. I give thanks to Shirley and her family for helping Huntington Beach become the best that it could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I'm Gigi Jackson, a homeowner and resident of Huntington Beach. Also, I'm here as a member of NAACP Orange County and an advocate with the Homeless United, Huntington Beach. I appreciate you hearing my comments tonight. I'm here to share my personal journey with my shero and mentor, former mayor of Huntington Beach, Shirley Detloff. I am a lifelong learner, and Shirley taught me that transformational change, whether in relationships, marriages, or communities, requires cultivating and nurturing. I first met her when she came to my defense at a Boys and Girls Club committee meeting. And it was so comedic because she said, "Hey, let's not scare her off. She just got here." She became a friend and a mentor alongside Ralph Bauer, guiding me in getting involved in our city and seeking solutions through discussions, civility, and finding common ground. She convinced me to speak at my first city council meeting in Huntington Beach in 2017. Though hesitant, her encouragement empowered me. I marveled at her knowledge, wisdom, and ease in sharing her message. Shirley Detloff is my hero, and I'm proud to have met her in this beautiful Huntington Beach community. My condolences to Bob and the family. We're here for you. In conclusion, I want to support, along with Shirley, agenda item number 30 for the library privatization issue to be placed on
Thank
the
you.
November election.
Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for your attendance. I've noticed that some of you have been running in and out of the room, and it's really important what we've come here to discuss. Our library is run by professional librarians. Perhaps some of you haven't been in the library lately, but it's a place where people go to get the advice of professional librarians when they're offering books to their own children. I have 5 grandkids, and let me tell you, every one of them is a different kind of reader. Without professional librarians to guide them, it would be a different kind of world for them. They'd have a different kind of public education. Don't fix something that ain't broke. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Lori McCulloch. I'm here on behalf of being a citizen. I read the city charter, found out you don't have to ask us our opinion. It's solely up to your vote as to whether or not the library is privatized. But I hope you all have the strength of character to stand up and know that this is a decision that's not just based on your opinion, that this should go to the public. So please, please, on all of our behalf, have that strength and let us vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Rocky McKinnon. I am the owner of McKinnon Surf and Sup Lessons and also the chief instructor. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution of intent to modify the tourism bid, agenda item number 28. Kelly Miller and the staff at Visit HB has done an amazing job highlighting to the world all the great businesses and resources that make our community one of the best beach communities in California. I feel that supporting Visit HB is important to our community so we can continue to benefit from the tourism dollars that help provide essential revenue that helps run our beautiful community. Another benefit that Visit HB has provided has been the support of our special needs community by highlighting the McKinnon Surf and Sup Lessons adaptive surfing program. This is something that I think we could all stand behind and be very proud of in our community. I hope the City Council can see the importance of and the benefit of supporting Visit HB, especially with the Olympics right around the corner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Van Der Mark and members of the City Council. My name is Karen Carroll, longtime resident, retired science educator, and part of Homeless United Huntington Beach. I am here simply to say that for me, Shirley Detloff was the ultimate ideal leader who consistently over her lifetime worked to make good happen. She left this city and the world far, far better because of what she did and because of who she was. She opposed hate, divisiveness, and untruth, and she is on record having done this in so many areas of her advocacy. In short, I simply want to express my deep gratitude for her inspiration and her humble way of empowering others, and I hope to pay what tribute I can. Her spirit lives on for many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Cody. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach and a member of the community and a city council candidate. I believe in the power of change and progress, and my upbringing taught me the values of hard work, resilience, and giving back to the community. As a business owner and a business manager, I understand what it takes to run a successful enterprise. I'm committed to reducing tax burden and ensuring public safety. I believe in Huntington Beach and the ability to create a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Chris Reaney. I'm Huntington Beach native, substitute teacher, archivist, and I have been a volunteer at Central Library since about 2019, and I am here in support of item 24-350. So at the meeting on March 19th, there were over 100 speakers and 600 emails that collectively said, do not privatize. Council voted to pursue an RFP. There was a soundbite moment. Since then, librarians have been slandered as pedophiles. To my knowledge, none of my colleagues are, and statistically it doesn't seem true. The head librarian has left. Library-related activities have been covered by Barron News at Fountain Valley High School. And of course, we know 2 days ago, the city made Late Night Tonight with John Oliver. Huntington already has a nickname. People call it Fontana by the Sea. And as a previous speaker said, when tourism does well, we do well. This is not a good look for the city. The RFP process has been cloaked with a covertness that smacks of an inside job. This library is public. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to the 194,000 residents of Huntington Beach and their guests. Let the people vote in November. And I speak not just for me, I speak of the client I had, going through a divorce, fighting for their child support, or excuse me, fighting for custody of their child. They printed 140 pages of documents and I sat there to make sure they got it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Carol Canode, and I've been a resident in this city for about 40 years. I'm also a volunteer in the library in the used book section. We speak to many people who come in and buy books, and I want to let you know that they're very, very concerned about what's happening in this library. In fact, I think of the movies, they're very angry and they do care. So I want you to know we have in the used book section 20 dedicated volunteers. Every week we bring about $500,000 into the library, and these things are books donated by our community. And again, I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand why you want to fix something that's not broken. Why do you want to do that? We love our library. Yeah. Young people come in and study. They look at the books. They can't even, and people come from all over the Orange County. They admire our library. And they see the prices that we charge for our books, anywhere from 50 cents to $2 for used books. This is all contributions from the city of Huntington Beach. Again, I don't understand what's going on. The community doesn't understand it. And we do ask you to support us 30 to let the community vote on what is right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next 10.
Okay. Last call for Danny Hanna, and I'm just going to call what I have left as about 13 speakers. Sonia, Jacqueline Brote, Flossie Horgan, Nastasia Nestake, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, Mira, Luis Alima, Paula Schaefer, Lauren Levin Valle, Libby, Shannon, Pablo Aspas, Alejandra Capistran, Catherine Goddard, Jaden, Rochelle Graham, Stanley Wolf.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and I'm just made an observation. I had no intention of talking, but I was just observing everybody, and I just see this disinterest. If you guys, there's this disinterest. Tony, you're continuously writing or doodling, distracting. You have hooded eyes. I don't know what the deal is. It just seems like people are talking. When someone's talking, we're talking to all of you.
We're taking notes of what your comments.
But to be engaged with exactly what we are saying, making some eye contact, we'd appreciate that. And Casey, I interviewed you when you guys were doing your election, and I asked you how you made difficult decisions, how you handled it, and how did you decide when you had confrontation, and you said that you leave it to God. Well, I just want to know, is God really speaking to you? Because obviously we are all saying no to what is going on, and you guys are still pushing it on. And can you guys just let this whole fiasco of the library just go, just drop it? I mean, we should just drop it. We have... Oh, and Pat, I hope that you do answer my next email. Okay, it's because it didn't go in accord with what he wanted to see, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Hi. First, I want to offer my condolences to Shirley Delaw's family. I am so sorry for your loss, and she will be missed. My name is Jacqueline Brote, and I am a resident of Huntington Beach. I am also a former board member of the Friends of the Library and a current board member of the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy. I am so proud to be a part of these two great organizations because they both do so much good for all of the residents of Huntington Beach and all who visit Huntington Beach. This is what Huntington Beach used to be about: acceptance, respect, consideration of others, even if we didn't agree on things. It is a shame that we have become a city of hatred, a city with a lack of respect for those that do not think like you, a city that is divided, a city that has become a mockery for those that follow what is happening with our current city council. I want to thank all the reporters who have been following and reporting what has been going on these past few months. I especially want to do a huge shout out to Tyrone Beeson from the LA Times for last weekend's article about Huntington Beach, the LGBTQ+ community, and the ban of the pride flag. And thank you to everyone who has shown up here today and has spoken in support of our library. It's amazing. So many people love this great place. As for agenda item 24-350, thank you to Dan and Natalie and Rhonda. And it was great meeting you last week for writing this. I know this is falling on deaf ears, and I have to ask and beg you to let the residents of Huntington Beach to vote and decide how our library should be run. I am begging you, pass this agenda. And since I have a few seconds left, how do you cut off Aaron Pye? Oh my God, that was so rude.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
My name is Grace Cross. I would also appreciate all of your eye contact and attention as I share my story. Thank you. I have lived in Huntington Beach all of my life, and I have known who I was from a very early age, and that is somebody who loves to learn, as well as a proud disabled woman and a member of the LGBTQ+ community. I would like to share that the library has been my safe space since I was a child. It is where I first was introduced to the theater, which is what I am studying right now, and I hope to become an actor. And the library has kickstarted all of my passions that I withhold today. I am so grateful for it. And also, I would like to speak on the book banning committee. As a proud member of the LGBTQ+ community, I would like to say that banning books that involve the LGBTQ+ community is telling your children to be ashamed of who they are and the people that they will become, and that is shameful. Shameful. And I would hope that the city I live in has enough respect for its community to be able to listen to them and allow us to vote on what belongs to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Flossie Horgan. The citizens of Huntington Beach should decide whether a library should be privatized. Vote yes on agenda item 30. Let the people decide. Let the people decide. It's clear, it's easy. You don't have to take any responsibility for anything that way. Just let the people decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, my name is Paula Schaefer. I'm a 30-plus year resident of the city, homeowner, library patron, and consistent voter. Real quickly, please vote yes on agenda item number 30, 24-350, and put this issue on the November ballot for all the HB residents to vote on this important issue. Stop the RFP process and rescind the ridiculous parent-guardian commission and its unappealable decision-making. On each of the last 2 Sunday afternoons, I spent several hours talking to patrons of the Huntington Beach Public Library at the Central Library. Most were not aware of the potential privatization of the library and the staffing and the management. I didn't ask with leading questions. I asked them if they were aware of the potential privatization of the library. I explained that it would be the city staff, who are city employees, would be replaced by private company employees. Of the roughly 70 people that I spoke to, one person was in favor of the privatization. Let that sink in, one person. To the 4 city council members who proposed the privatization and who created the parent-guardian commission, who have not been persuaded by the thousands of emails and the hundreds of speakers against your actions, I can only say that you have not been listening. This failure to listen is shameful, it's self-serving, you are not protecting children by your efforts, you are not going to be saving the city money. It's only pandering.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mira Dujanovic, and I'm here to support Huntington Beach Public Library. It was built established in 1909 and help educate generation of Americans who are building this beautiful country. My kids and myself use Huntington Beach Public Library for decades. As a single mom and immigrants, I work 6 days per week, 2 jobs. My kids spent at least 5 days in the library doing their homework, school project, reading books, and magazines for fun, and today they're both UCLA graduates. I'm very proud of you. I would like to see your diploma, Miss Mayor, whatever is your name, Grace. And I'm suggesting you, I'm sure that you don't have library cards, to go take library card and start reading requirements for middle school. Maybe you will understand what we are talking about. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nastasia. I'm 19 years old, and today I am here to speak in support of agenda item number 30. So first, I want to start off by asking the council members who proposed the privatization of the library and the book bannings, who exactly are you protecting?
Is it queer kids? Is it trans kids? Is it black kids? I don't think so. Let me read a statistic that I found to be very concerning, and something that if you claim to be an ally, which you guys do, you should care about. So, according to the Trevor Project, 41% of LGBTQ+ youth have seriously considered or even attempted suicide just in 1 year, 41%. And half of those individuals were transgender and non-binary people. And you are banning books with topics that aren't suitable for children. The existence of people is suitable for children. No one is born hateful. Hate is something that is taught, and unfortunately, that is something that you as a city are trying to teach the youth, and that will not slide. The high rate of suicide among the LGBTQ+ youth is because of laws and legislation such as these, and it is because you are essentially having a lack of support and visibility, and that is erasing the history and the love that is within the LGBTQ+.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good evening, I'm Catherine Goddard, and you've heard from so many of us for so many months. I'd like to present to you an idea that the library, which is not in any way political, it has everything to do with being a consensus, a place we all appreciate and value, and it is a place of community. You have an opportunity tonight to reverse the way you have been operating. We all know about the 4-3 majority. We all know you can do regardless of what we say, and some are happy about that. But what I would like to suggest is you could show that you could actually listen to the community and see what the consensus is. The idea of, you get an idea and you get an alternative idea, you work it out and you come to a consensus, and that's the place you need to go to move forward. That is how Shirley Detloff devoted her time and energy to what we have here in this community, and I'm delighted to see so many people here to speak about her. But I ask you to consider what it means to be a leader here tonight, and how you could say, all right, let's let the citizens speak, let's let them vote, and we'll decide. And if you happen to be correct and you can present your position as to why we should allow this to go to a for-profit company, then that would be the way it would go. So let's put it out so everyone can consider. This is what you said you were going to do, and for you to rely only on your voting base for moving forward with your 4-3 majority is just an absolutely very telling if you choose to go that direction.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
City Council members, I'm here to speak on the issue of the library. My name is Rochelle Graham. I'm a pediatrician and a mother of 2, and I live here in Huntington Beach. First and foremost, I believe in truthful, age-appropriate communication with children. As I reviewed the books that were deemed inappropriate for checkout by minors, I was dismayed to see so many books about important childhood topics like potty training, human development, puberty, and human anatomy. We should be normalizing the human body and its functions for children. The human body is only weird if we make it weird. Speaking or reading about our anatomic parts is only weird if we, the adults, make it weird. Children should have access to materials that educate them on how their bodies work so they may learn how to care for them. Second, as to the possible privatization of the library, a decision this large, which would affect the access of tax-paying citizens have to the resources and program of the library, should not be made in a vacuum by the City Council. It should be put on the November ballot so that it can be voted on by the citizens of Huntington Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Graham? Ms. Graham? Ms. Graham, could you please fill out a blue card so I can contact you? I'd like to have a discussion with you. You don't have to if you don't want to. That's okay. Oh, he's going to get it. Next speaker, go ahead.
Please support agenda item 29.
allowing political signs but not having enforcement or consequences for those that violate the current ordinances is the same as not having any rules at all. It has become a free-for-all and a visual blight. Signs in people's yards or windows indicate the candidates have local support. Giant signs all over town only indicate that candidates have money, but it could be from anyone, anywhere, even corporations from across the country. Please support item 30. The voters of Huntington Beach should be the ones who decide if the public library should be managed by an outside for-profit company. As I understand, the Huntington Beach Public Libraries are the most popular service in the city. However, the majority of this council has been telling us for months that they have been hearing otherwise. They tell us about all the people that come up to them and thank them for what they've done to the children's library. Well, to that I say, prove it. Put the issue on the ballot and find out this November. Don't rely on hearsay and what people are telling you. Use an official ballot counted by the official registrar and find out if you are in a bubble of like-minded people or if you are truly speaking for the community. To Tony Strickland, you need to think really hard about this vote. If the library is as popular as I believe it is, you don't want to run for state senate with a record of damaging this beloved institution in the largest city in the district. Cerritos, another city.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, esteemed City Council members, folks here, and friends beyond the binary. I'm here to ask you to support items 29 and 30. It'd be good to clean up those campaign signs, kind of an eyesore. Item number 30 is my main draw to come here this evening. I am heartbroken to see the Huntington Beach Public Library and its branches around town under threat of a privatization plan that is completely unnecessary. It is my understanding that the annual Huntington Beach Library expense is 1.9% of the entire city budget, and that amount has not changed in 5 years. It would be impossible to successfully pass the baton from an already thriving public library system to a cold corporation that other cities have needed to sue to break out of their 10-year contracts as their local libraries deteriorate under their management. Why fix something that's not broken? Why displace numerous hardworking volunteers that give their time and energy to our city libraries? Why replace the award-winning staff at our Huntington Beach Public Libraries with corporate randoms when the current staff and volunteers are the heart and soul of our outstanding Huntington Beach Public Library system? This change will cost HB money, or cost more in the long run, money, pride, and reputation. It will displace citizens from a home of growth and learning.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Pablo Aspas, and I'm a resident in Huntington Beach, and I want to express my complete opposition to the privatization of the public library. Because if the reason is saving money, I want to remind you that the budget of the library is less than 2% of the total budget of the city, that each taxpayer pays around $27 per year to keep the library as it is right now. $27 is the cost of two pizzas, right? That's it. So, but I'm afraid it is not about money. Last meeting here, the librarians were accused of being pedophiles, criminals. Meanwhile, our mayor was doing nothing, not even one word to defend the people that were insulting. However, my experience with the librarians is excellent. They have been professional and helpful. They never recommended any inappropriate book to my kids. During COVID, probably you don't know, during COVID, many of them were helping other departments in the city. Even the librarians made a straight time online from their own homes. They did it for us, for the community, and for our kids. Now they are pedophiles. Nowadays, you want to get rid of them and their salaries and pensions. But again, if it is only about money. This is only a question about money. Are you serious that you are doing that for the cost of 2 pizzas?
Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Luis Salaman. I'm here on behalf of the Orange County Labor Federation, representing 97 different affiliated unions, over 270,000 members, strongly opposing the outsourcing of the library. When you look at what the library does for our cities and the employees that give their livelihoods to support our residents, this action is wrong. People go into library services because they believe in the service that that library provides. When we had COVID, it was librarians and libraries keeping open, making sure our students had access to internet and books, making sure those resources were available. And yet, in seeking to outsource and dismantle a library, not only are you destroying the morale of the librarians, but also the public, but moreover, you're attacking an institution as old as the Republic itself. We can trace back the first library to 1790, founded by one of the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin. And it was based on the notion of what John Winthrop said of building a shining city upon a hill. But it seems like the council majority is set on dimming that light, on making sure that Huntington Beach is rather, instead of being a light in the darkness, it is a darkness in the light. And that is something that we should not support. You saw the workers that came out to speak, the passion they have for this library, the passion they have for this community. And they don't know whether tomorrow or next week, their job might be gone. That's not the way we should run our government. Our government is here to support our members, is here to support our residents and our workers. Don't vilify, support. Don't let that light go out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Stanley Wolf. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 45 years. I was a captain in the Army, combat engineers in Vietnam. Now, I think I have a very simple and creative solution to this library controversy that's going on that probably will make everyone happy. So I think maybe you could consider setting up 2 library systems in Huntington Beach. Let the first one be run by a private corporation with private employees, and the books can be selected by a group of volunteers, a committee of them of your choosing, and let whoever wants to go there access it. Let the other one, that one, by the way, I forgot to mention, you could put a name on it too. Call it the Huntington Beach MAGA Library Collection. All right. Now, on the other hand, the other system would be the public library that we have now, and that anybody who wants can access that, and the employees will be city employees. The books will be selected by professional librarians like they always have. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker, please go ahead.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandra Capistrán. Buenas tardes a todos los miembros del Council y al staff. Soy residente por más de 40 años aquí en Huntington Beach y estoy aquí para apoyar a nuestras librerías, ya que en el transcurso de ese tiempo me doy cuenta que nuestra librería de Oakview ha ayudado a bastantes familias, a nuestros niños, ¿verdad? Si ustedes pasan a nuestras bibliotecas a una corporativa, lo único que quedaría es entrar, comprar un libro y salirse, ¿verdad? Se perdería muchas cosas. Yo pienso que nuestras bibliotecas son el corazón de nuestra comunidad, donde varios programas en diferentes idiomas están ahí para ayudar a nuestra comunidad. En sus manos yo pienso que está el futuro de nuestros niños, de nuestras generaciones, ¿verdad? Porque son el futuro de nuestro mundo, ¿verdad? Las bibliotecas y los bibliotecarios hacen un buen trabajo. Nos ayudan bastante y no se me hace justo que se pierda todo ese proyecto, todos esos años de lucha, ¿verdad? En sus manos, les repito, está el futuro de nuestros pequeños niños y de las futuras generaciones. Espero que tomen en cuenta todos los comentarios, sobre todo ver los pros y los contras. Gracias, buenas tardes.
¿Puede llenar una forma azul, por favor, para que me pueda comunicar yo con usted?
Claro que sí.
Si se la da, could you give her a blue card, please? Or, aquí las tienen. Y yo me comunico con usted. Gracias. Next speaker, go ahead.
In La Cage. My name is Laura Lavín Valle, and I'm here because I don't agree with your plans of privatizing the libraries. I still don't understand what happened, how the issue with the libraries, librarians, and books started. Was it brought to you by regular citizens of Huntington Beach? If they did you ever sit down with the administration of the libraries to try to talk, solve, and move on from all this? I don't think you did. So that's why I'm here to support item 30, so we can move on and let the residents of Huntington Beach to decide the future of the libraries. But I'm also here to speak for the librarians. Our librarians are the best.
Yes.
Claudia, her staff, and volunteers, they're respectful, helpful, and they're excellent people in our community. And there's no record of any children being traumatized by any book from their library. There is no record of anybody having an issue with the librarians. So our librarians are the best. I don't know how else to describe them, but Claudia has done such a beautiful job in our community. And all these people think the same way. So leave the libraries as is.
Yes.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Council members, my name is Roger Nora. I've lived here for over 25 years. And I'm not going to talk about my situation, which is ridiculous. And I'm facing 2 years for obstructing an officer, some ridiculous thing. I'm not going to talk about that, even though it's important to me because it's my life. But the library is super important to everybody. This is insane. Anytime that I go to the library, the librarians, did you guys know that every librarian is has their master's degree? I mean, these guys are, and you guys are going to screw them. This is so bad. Okay, we give $5 million for the library. We give over $99 million to the police department. We waste $99 million to the police department. As I said before, when I looked at what country spends less than $99 million to protect their country, the first country was Afghanistan. Afghanistan, they've kept us out of their country for less than what we give the Huntington Beach Police Department. This is insane. And then you want to take $5 million? Oh, because we might save $1 million? Yeah, you might save $1 million. You think that they're lowballing it? They're throwing you crap to see if you believe it. But the $1 million you might save, we might lose way more than that. And it's only $5 million, man. This is insane. I mean, this is the most important. Every single time I go see a librarian and they help me out, whether they help me out or not, but every single time they help me out, I always tell them, you know, how important and
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Noor.
Thank you, Mr. Noor.
Good evening. We cut our time, so I don't have much of an intro. We have some librarians that have a message for you in this video. From some crazy states, they're trying to criminalize books.
I'm a librarian.
I'm a librarian.
I've been a librarian for 26 years. We're librarians.
Masters of the library sciences.
Not groomers.
Not sex fiends.
Not pornographers.
We're the people who hand out library cards.
We do story times.
We put away the books you guys leave out on the tables instead of putting them on the reshelf cart.
The clearly labeled reshelf cart.
You can read that, right?
We're not the deep state.
We're not Satanists.
We're librarians.
But some people want to make us criminals. Put us in jail.
I would not do well in jail.
It's not meth. It's Judy Bloom.
Judy effing Bloom.
Judy effing Bloom.
Buying us thousands of dollars?
Like we have thousands of dollars. Make books the enemy.
Make knowledge the enemy?
And you know what we say to that?
Shut the f*** up!
Americans Against Librarians.
You can have To Kill a Mockingbird when you pry it from my cold, dead hands.
Books are not the
Check it
enemy.
out.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Hi. Wow, what a way to follow up. Hi, I'm Danielle Houston. I'm actually an 8th generation Californian. I've been going to the Huntington Beach Library my whole life. It was one of my early reading programs. It's a great, great memory I've had with my dad, doing the sock puppet shows and stuff, doing tutoring, gang tutoring services, and then volunteering my own time to do tutoring. Overall, the programs and services provided by the Huntington Beach have been excellent. As many have spoken, don't fix what's not broke. Only other thing I wanted to add, because I wasn't planning on speaking, just I'm so inspired by all the speakers here today. As a person that works at a nonprofit, if you're switching to privatization, where is this huge amount of income that you guys get on donations? This is all going to be rescinded. You're going to have to work twice as hard to recover that income revenue. So if you're trying to save money by reducing whatever form of a small budget we have by hiring new people, I can tell you, as a person that works a bit in that service, it's not going to work out for us. It's not going to work out for the city of Huntington Beach, and it's certainly not going to work out for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Perfect. Thank you. We're now moving on to council member committee appointments. Do any council members have anything to report? Any appointments? Okay, AB 123 reporting. I'd like to report that last week I traveled to DC with Mayor Pro Tem Pat Burns and Council Member Strickland, Interim City Manager, and our analyst Janice Levine. We engaged in a series of meetings coordinated by the city's federal lobbyists, Stapleton and Associates. We met Congressman David Valadeo and his staff, Congressman Mike Garcia, Congressman Peter Aguilar, and the staff of Senator Alex Padilla, as well as LaFonsa Butler. We advocated for federal funding for several coastal erosion projects and the Navigation Center, just to name a couple. Anyone else?
I was with Gracey. I also traveled to Washington, D.C. with the mayor and the mayor pro tem, city manager Eric Parra, as well as the senior policy analyst Shannon Levin. Had some really good meetings in Washington, D.C. Hopefully they come to fruition to help the city of Huntington Beach.
Can openness and negotiations, disclosures.
I had an AB 123 report.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. Thursday and Friday of this week, I attended the SCAG conference, Southern California Association of Governments, as the policy committee member for the Orange County Council of Governments, OCOG, for their annual meeting. A great event. Talked to a lot of different folks from other cities around the region, and traded stories about what other good policy work that other folks are doing out there.
Thank you.
Mayor, I also attended the SCAG Regional Council and General Assembly meeting as well.
Anyone else? Okay, moving on to openness and negotiations. Does anyone have anything to disclose? City Treasurer's report. City Treasurer, please proceed with your report.
Madam Mayor, I also had a disclosure. You moved on too quick before I got my hand up.
It's kind of loud. I really can't hear anything. Let's just. It's a little loud, so we can't hear. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. I met with the Municipal Employees Organization.
I also met with MEO.
I also met with MEO.
Thank you. Moving on to Treasurer's report. Please proceed with your report.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the City Treasurer's investment report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2024. Don't think the clicker is working. Okay, I don't know. Thank you. The Treasury yield curve continued to remain inverted, with short-term rates higher than longer-term rates. With regards to the city's investments, we are able to invest out to a maximum of 5 years, but as you can see here, the 5-year rate as of March 28th was 4.21% versus short-term rates of approximately 5.5%. However, we don't try to time the market, but we continue to invest based on liability matching, which is investing out to time periods where we are going to need additional cash for city operations. The investment portfolio summary for the quarter ended March 31st. Give me 1 second. Currently, funds within the portfolio are invested in the California Asset Management Program, or CAMP, for overnight availability. Other funds in the portfolio are invested in U.S. Treasuries, supranationals, which includes the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, or IBERD, and the Inter-American Development Bank, IADB, U.S. agencies, money market funds, and corporate bonds. Only the investment types allowed under the California Government Code Section 53601 and the city's investment policy statement are utilized. As interest rates have been rising and remained at elevated levels, the market value of the securities in the previously purchased at lower than the current market rate is down. This has resulted in the current market value of the portfolio being lower than the book value at $371.3 million versus $381.4 million, respectively. As investments are held to maturity, the market value is only a point-in-time measurement, and there is no loss realized. The current higher interest rates will allow the portfolio to earn increased interest income in the future, so that's a positive. As of March 31st, the portfolio was invested 46% in U.S. agencies, 24% in U.S. Treasuries, about 14% in corporate bonds, 10% in supranationals, and approximately 5% in CAMP. For the quarter, there were total purchases of about $30 million, with total maturities of $8 million. 3 U.S. Treasuries were purchased, totaling $20 million. 1 supranational was purchased, totaling $5 million. And 1 corporate bond, Deere & Co., was purchased, totaling $5 million. 2 agencies, U.S. agencies, matured for $8 million. Oops. There you go. As for the earnings for the month of March were $844.7 thousand, an increase of approximately 47% from the same month in the prior year. Fiscal year-to-date earnings of $7.1 million were up approximately 84% from the previous fiscal year. These higher earnings were due both to the increase in interest rates and to the higher average balance of the portfolio. The effective rate of return for March was 2.65%, with a fiscal year-to-date return of 2.61%. And the portfolio was in compliance with the investment policy and all state codes and regulations. You can find additional information on investments in the portfolio on the city's website under City Treasurer Investments. Here, the annual investment policy is posted, as well as the monthly and quarterly investment reports with details. This concludes my report. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Councilmember Kalmick.
Thank you for the presentation. I noticed that we're still earning like 2 and change because we've kind of got some legacy investments. How quickly are we going to be able to dispose of some of those lower paying interests when basic savings is earning 5%-ish?
Well, we can't dispose of them because we'd take huge hundreds of thousands of dollars
Sure.
of losses. So we have to wait until those come due. So there is a large sum that were purchased in 2021. Unfortunately, in 2021, rates were at 0.3%. So you still have securities in there that you have to wait for them to mature. And unless you'd want to take a huge loss, which we obviously wouldn't, you have to wait for those to mature. So there should be a good number of them coming off this year. And every time something comes off, we're investing at between 4% and 5%.
Right.
So it is coming up. I don't have a set time frame for you, but it should, it is gradually going up over time.
So
and there should be more coming due. If you want me to look, and I can look at the portfolio and tell you how much is coming due every year. if you would like.
Yeah, that'd be helpful just to kind of understand like
Would
what.
you like to hold on and I can pull up the
No, I mean,
portfolio right now?
you can email to
Okay.
council later. I think the bigger question is if the delta, right, if we're in 0.3% on some of those and it's now 5%, at what point would we be willing to take the loss in order to earn
Well, we
future?
calculate those losses on at least a monthly basis,
Okay.
and we do analysis on those for the, see what kind of a return we would get, and we're not willing to go out more than 6 months on doing something like that, but we do a rebalance analysis.
Okay, so that
Quite-
it could make sense to take the loss because you'd earn it back so quickly and.
We've done one or two
Okay.
small ones,
Right.
but really because of such a steep climb in the rates over the last 2 to 2.5 years, I mean, it's been a huge climb as the Fed has raised from 0 to 5.25 to 5%. Rates have just increased so rapidly that we can't turn the portfolio. I mean, the portfolio is about 350 to 380 million. There's really no way to like quickly turn that over.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But I will send you, I'll work on that right now, to send you the information on the aging of the portfolio.
Oh, Lisa, can you go to slide 2? So in terms of the inverted yield curve, I mean, with the Biden administration printing and spending money at an unprecedented rate, I mean, we're adding $1 trillion in debt every 100 days to our national debt. Do you see this changing anytime soon? I mean, inflation continues to rage. I mean, can we just focus on the short-term treasuries, or like I guess, what's your prospect going forward to trying to like adjust our investment strategy in that regard?
Well, we don't time the market.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if you gave me $350 million today, I'm not going to put it all in short term, because what's going to happen when the Fed does lower, which eventually they will, and you're stuck with all of the short-term money that's going to go crashing down, and you have put nothing away in the 3, 4, 5-year bucket.
Right.
So, I mean, you obviously, we don't time the market. When we invest, we don't just go, what's the highest rate? What's the highest rate? We look at when does the city have cash needs? When does the city have liability payments that we need to match with? And that's the appropriate way to invest, is through liability matching. So,
Perfect.
There was a lot of speculation this year that the Fed would lower 3 to more times.
Sure.
And right now, the speculation
Good luck.
is there could be one or none
Right.
lowering. So, it's hard to say. And again, like I said, we don't time the market, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and then look really bad later.
No, it's just like I said, it's scary. We're adding $1 trillion in debt every 100 days, and it's accelerating at an accelerating rate. So I know you're on it, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to move to receive and file the city treasurer's quarterly investment report.
Second.
All right, let's start to vote. Councilmember Mosher.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
7-0, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar. I'd actually like to pull item 21. Does anyone else have anything else they'd like to pull?
Item 15.
15?
Yes.
Items 14 and 19.
I would like to move the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, so we're going to vote on consent items 13, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 23, and 24. Councilmember Mosher.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
Those items move 7-0.
Councilmember Moser on item 14.
Thank you. I haven't had the honor of serving on the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, the IRC, but I just wanted to understand a discrepancy between the positions taken in this item, number 14, and the next item, number 15. If we go to the minutes on page 5 for IRC, in particular, under miscellaneous, AB 1825, the Freedom to Read Act, shows oppose on item 14. However, for item 15, it has a request for council action to watch. So I'm just confused at how the minutes would say one thing, and then there would be a discrepancy for the council action. And I'm not quite sure who to ask that question of, whether it be staff or the members of the IRC, but I just was confused by the discrepancy between the minutes and the request for action.
Mayor?
Yes.
We have a comment here.
Sure, thank you. The IRC did vote on that measure, and shortly thereafter, we were alerted by our state lobbyists that there were significant changes to the legislation, and so there was a decision to withhold it and take it back to IRC in the future for further discussion.
Okay. It's my understanding that the meeting took place mid-April, and I think the bulk of the changes to that were made in the end of March. So I appreciate your response. It's just a little bit confusing to see those different items on who would make that decision. I appreciate that the lobbyists did, but thank you for your answer for that. I'd like to go ahead and, well, nothing yet, actually. I'll let somebody else move it.
I'd like to make a motion to move it.
Second.
All right, we'll take a vote. Councilmember Mosher.
This is going to get complicated. I'd like to abstain on A through D.
I'm confused.
You're on
I
the
thought
wrong
we're
one.
voting on item
I'm
14.
next.
You're on the
That's
wrong
next.
one.
I am on the wrong because they were together. Thank you very much.
Okay.
For number 14, I'd like to say aye. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Van Der Mark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
Item 14 passes 7-0.
So I'll move item number 15.
Oh, Councilman.
We haven't
Councilmember
discussed it yet.
Oh,
It's been
I'm sorry.
pulled. Yeah.
I thought that
Yeah.
was the discussion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I apologize.
They were related. But yeah, so I just wanted to ask some questions about the bills, then, the bills that are the subject of the IRC report, which is, recommendations to support or oppose various bills that are before the state legislature right now. So the first one I wanted to ask about was AB 1886, and I'm a bit confused about the explanation for the position to oppose the bill, because it says it's based on the fact that the bill removes cities' right to self-certify the housing element. And my understanding is that there have been some court decisions that have ruled that you cannot self-certify. So my question is, what is this bill? I don't see a change. I don't understand what the change is that the bill is making. So if somebody could explain that to me in light of the fact that you can't self-certify, I would appreciate it.
I'm happy to answer that. So 1886, what it does, it creates a rebuttal presumption so that if you get a challenge on your housing element, it means that only two entities can determine if you're in substantial compliance with housing element law, a court or HCD. So there could be an instance where the city adopts a housing element that it believes substantially complies with state housing element law, but it removes any, discretion for the city to find that it substantially complies with state housing element law without it really meaning anything in the court of law. Only a court or HCD can make that determination, and this solidifies that position.
So it's a restatement of existing law. That's because that's what I was thinking when I read it. It's like, I don't see.
It strengthens the existing law.
Well, if it's not really making a change, I wouldn't take a position on it at all. So I won't be supporting the recommendation on that particular bill. For the housing bills, because there's a group of them, I want to know what the status is of those bills. Does anybody have an answer to that? So that's, let's see.
I have the status of each of those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So AB 1886 is an active bill. SB 450 was a 2-year bill that was ordered to the Assembly floor in 2024. And with the overturn of SB 9 It was found unconstitutional with the California Constitution that as of May 7th is now inactive. SB 1037 is active, and SB 1211 is also active, as is AB 2081, which is housing related, but it's regarding substance abuse recovery homes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think those are all the questions that I have. Thanks.
Before we move on to anything else, I need to recuse myself on SB 1102 as I have a financial conflict of interest since I actually received settlement checks from that class action lawsuit. That item would be making tax deductible. So if we're going to have any conversation on that, I have to step out of the room.
Yeah. Okay, so that reminds me, I did have a question about 1102. Sorry about that. So that one.
Just a second.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hurry up. Okay, so this would exempt legal settlements related to the oil spill from taxation. So my understanding is that legal settlements are already exempt to a certain extent from taxation. So what does this bill do?
Well, first of all, this bill is on the suspense file, as is Nguyen's other bill. That doesn't mean that they won't move forward on the floor. But this bill calls out particularly the Huntington Beach oil spill and those who have received any kind of settlement for that. As to the tax exemption for other settlements, I will defer to possibly Mr. Gates on that.
There are settlements, depending on the nature of the settlement and the nature of the aggrieved party, where it is taxable income.
So if you are getting compensation for lost income or profits, my understanding is that's taxable. But any other things like for pain and suffering or other types of damage is not taxable. So if I understand correctly, then this bill would exempt settlement payments that someone gets to replace income or lost profits.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so this bill, I want to make sure I understand it, would exempt settlement amounts that someone receives for lost income or lost profits.
It would exempt gross income as income from whatever source derived. So that would be the tax exemption.
Okay. So then my next question is, would this exempt the $7.5 million settlement that the city paid to Code 4 over the air show?
I do not know that answer.
Does anybody know?
No, I haven't read the proposed legislation, so I don't know.
Okay, so based on what I have read, it looks to me like it would. There's another, I'm concerned about that. We've already paid $7.5 million, so now we're going to support a bill that allows them to not pay taxes on any part that would ordinarily be taxable. I understand there may be some, concern about what has happened to, sole proprietors, people who are in the fishing business, mom and pop businesses, but if that was the case, this bill is not drafted in a really precise way. It looks like it just exempts any and everybody, including a huge corporation, that got any kind of settlement money as a result of the oil spill. But you said it's on suspense?
As of April 22, it's on suspense. So it doesn't mean that it won't come back. It could be pulled out and amended, or it could come as is, and you could make a decision to bring it back, or we can take it back to IRC at any time.
Yeah, if it's on suspense, I wouldn't take a position on it now. Wouldn't take a position on that either.
Can I just, whether you support it or not, at least argue, things fly through the legislature, and appropriations, you can take things, whenever the Appropriations Committee meets, you can pull, and it's up to the chair to pull it off. They can pull it as fast off consent, or suspense and put it through, pass it, and send it right to the floor within, 48 hours. So I would recommend, if this body would like to take a position, that we don't pass because it's on suspense, because it can move that fast, whether you support it or not. I think that we should take a position.
Anyone else?
Yes. With regards to that item, thank you, Councilmember Wilton, for asking questions about that. I too have concerns that this item is being brought forward as an urgent item solely for Huntington Beach for this period of time. And I am concerned that it's maybe specifically meant to help out Code 4 and exclude them from having to pay their fair share of taxes on their settlement. I don't know that for sure, but it appears that way to me. And so therefore, I would not be supporting the item. Thank you.
Shannon, I have a question. On the next page, it says law oil spill exclusion. What does that mean? On the second page of the...
Of the staff report or of?
Well, on the item F. Well, on mine, it's on the second page. Yours might look a little bit different. We're still on item F, SB 1102.
That's the title. Is that what you're referring to? Personal tax law, corporation tax law, oil spill exclusion?
Got it. Okay.
That's the title of the bill.
Got it. Thank you. Okay.
So I would like to move the item, but knowing that my colleagues might want to pick and choose based on each position on each bill, I would like to recommend that we move each item. I'll move each item, but then have a specific vote on each item.
I
would like to move that.
So since Councilmember Kalmick is not here now, should we just vote on F now? That way he can come back.
That way we can do,
Join us.
which one is he on?
F.
So let's just do F first, and then we'll bring him in and do the
Okay, do we
rest.
have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, we're going to vote for item F. Councilmember Mosier.
No.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a 4-2-1 with Councilmember Kalmick recusing, so the item passes.
Thank you.
And Councilman Kalmick's in the room, so let's move, vote on item A, and just go down from there.
Councilmember Burns, are you in a second on all? Yes. Okay. All right, we're going to, AB 1886, Councilmember Mosher?
Abstain?
Bolton?
Abstain.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
As recommended, right? So
Yeah.
we're opposing.
It says opposed.
So,
Yes.
yeah, so
So
the
you
I,
would-
the I means,
Then
it's like
I
a double
mean
negative.
you agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
Strickland? McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Abstain.
All right, so the item passes 403 with Councilmember Mosier, Bolton, and Kalmick abstaining. AB 450?
I move all of
yeah.
them. I move all. All right.
Okay, Councilmember Mosier.
This is for B.
B.
Abstain.
Bolton?
Abstain.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
No.
All right, so the item passes 4-1-2. Councilmember Kalmick, no, and Mosier and Bolton abstaining. Number C, SB 1037. Councilmember Mosier.
Abstain.
Bolton?
Abstain.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Abstain.
All right, the item passes 403. Mosier, Bolton, and Kalmick abstaining. Item D, SB 1211. Councilmember Mosier.
Abstain.
Bolton?
Abstain.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Abstain.
It passes 403. Councilmembers Mosier, Bolton, and Kalmick abstaining. Okay, item E, AB 2081. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Councilmember Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Van Der Mark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And last but not least, item G, SB 1214. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 19, Councilmember Moser.
Thank you very much. First, I appreciate that when we have large events, that it's helpful to be able to get staffing from our other agencies, and in this instance, the Newport Beach Police Department. And this is just really trying to create an agreement with them that we would be able to kind of contract supplemental law enforcement services between the City of Huntington Beach and Newport Beach in an amount not to exceed $120,000. That sounds fine. The part that got me concerned a little bit, and I did get answers back, but I still wanted to identify this, was that it says, as Huntington Beach continues to host large-scale events, staffing these events with police officers become increasingly challenging. Having the option to contract with allied agencies to staff these events is helpful to avoid mandating Huntington Beach officers to work the event. This is expected to be cost neutral. I missed the one part. So the financial impact is expected to be minimal, as this contract will only be utilized for large-scale events, with the specific event permit holder paying for staffing costs. Examples include the Surf City Marathon, the U.S. Open of Surfing, and large concerts. So my only initial question to staff, and again, I did get a response back, was I was curious why we didn't include the air show here as examples where the specific event permit holder would be paying the staffing costs for public safety. I raised that question because I know in the past they have asked for the city to pay different parts of their contract, including potentially public safety, or to subsidize that. I did receive responses from the PD, indicating that in the past they've used mutual aid and different things. But I just wanted to, just express my concern that if we had to, I would hope that the air show would provide the staffing or pay for the staffing costs as an event permit holder, just like every other large event does. I hope that's the way that it will work, and I'm really just kind of mentioning it here. I am in support of the item, but just wanted to note that I do hope that all large events and those who have permits would pay their fair share of our public safety contribution that's required to keep our community and the visitors safe. I'd like to move it.
I'll second.
Ready? Okay, Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, and item 21, I pulled it. There were a couple of comments with concerns about this contract. So I'd like to ask Director Chow what the issues were and what the results were.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to the Labard Park, the original contractor, Aguilar, we had issues with the contract compliance, labor laws. We also didn't agree on the change orders. There are also other claims that I cannot state at this time. And I can confirm that the Department of Industrial Relations is involved with Aguilar's company at this time. With regards to Classic Engineering, their references check out. The contractor's license is valid. They have not been suspended. They have not been disbarred, so they can legally bid on projects. Their references were also followed up with phone calls with projects that they stated in the bid package that were similar to Labard Park. Those projects were done on time and with good quality work. So questioning of Classic's past work history, it's stellar. It's not flawed in terms of performance. So it's staff's recommendation that we award to the second lower bidder to complete the rest of Labard Park, which includes fencing, painting, and landscaping. So it is, in our terms, it's a small-scale project and the value is $273,000. That is staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Kalnick?
Thank you. So we also received a letter from the Center for Contract Compliance. I've never heard of this organization before, but a quick Google seemed like they're an organization with a website. But they provided to Department of Industrial Relations, a department I did not know existed until moments ago, prevailing wage claims and penalty assessments to this organization from last month. I don't know if that's a thing that happens to all companies that work in municipal affairs, but it does have this contractor's name on it.
That is a legitimate document that was forwarded to staff as well as to council. There is a pending investigation with Classic Engineering, and it is pending. No fines have been levied upon this firm. So there's an opportunity for this firm to still negotiate and make good with whatever compliance issues they have with the Department of Industrial Relations.
Okay. Because this says that it's a civil wage and penalty assessment. That's still part of the administrative process. Okay.
Yes.
And then the bid withdrawn, all the other things seem like things that happen.
It happens
regularly. Okay.
Yes.
Does staff feel that we need 2 more weeks to kind of figure this out?
No.
Talk about it? Okay.
Okay, anybody else?
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Van Der Mark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, moving on to the public hearing for item 2524-247. Does anyone have any ex parte communications to disclose on item 25? Staff, please introduce your report.
Good evening, Mayor Van Der Mark and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Kovac. I'm the Housing Manager. With me tonight is Steve Holtz, our Community Development Deputy Director. This evening, I'll be presenting the proposed 2024-25 Annual Action Plan, which contains funding recommendations for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership programs. The Community Development Block Grant Program, commonly referred to as CDBG, and the Home Investment Partnerships programs, referred to as HOME, come to the City of Huntington Beach as entitlement grants from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. This morning, the city received its 2024-25 CDBG and home allocations, so staff has updated this presentation to reflect the numbers we received from HUD. For 2024-25, the city will receive $1,121,195 in CDBG funds, which is a 4.3% reduction from this current year. And we'll also receive $538,328 in home funds, which is a 19% decrease from 2023-24. To remain eligible for these funds, the city is required to submit an action plan to HUD each year outlining how these funds will be used during the upcoming fiscal year, which begins July 1st and ends June 30th, 2025. As part of this annual process, the Citizen Participation Advisory Board evaluates CDBG public services funding per applications and makes funding recommendations to the City Council. The City Council and the Citizens Participation Advisory Board held a joint study session on March 19th to review these funding recommendations. Following the March 19th study session, the CDBG and home funding recommendations were incorporated into the 2024-25 action plan and made available for public review and comment. The action plan must now be considered by the City Council at a public hearing, which is scheduled for this evening. To date, no comments have been received from the public on this draft action plan. The City Council is requested to consider and approve the action plan and authorize its submittal to HUD by May 15th. So, using the CDBG and home allocations that were released this morning by HUD, the total funding available for CDBG and home next fiscal year is $2.3 million. If you recall, at the study session on March 19th, it was roughly a total of $2.5 million. So a $200,000 reduction between the home and CDBG funding. It should be noted that this $2.3 million also includes carryover funds and program income from our current program activity. Carryover funds are unused funds that were previously awarded to other activities. This typically happens when an activity is completed with cost savings, leaving a portion of the funding allocation unspent. Program income would be repayments on loans previously made using CDBG or home funds. These are typically affordable housing projects or housing rehabilitation loans previously approved by the City Council. This slide shows the Citizen Participation Advisory Board's funding recommendations for CDBG public services activities. The CPAB, as it's known, recommends allocating the full amount available now, $168,179, under this funding category to the 4 programs shown here. Since the 2024-25 CDBG allocation was lower than anticipated, the CPAB recommended the decrease in public services funding be split evenly between Project Hope Alliance and Stand Up for Kids OC, which is approximately $3,785 each. The CDBG capital project allocations are shown here, and they're primarily continuing the current programs of tenant-based rental assistance administration, special code enforcement, ADA improvement project, and the housing rehabilitation program. This year's ADA improvement project consists of the curbs and ramps improvements in Maintenance Zone 2. It's similar to public service categories since the 24-25 CDBG allocation is lower than anticipated. Reductions in funding are proposed to be applied to city programs consisting of the Housing Rehabilitation Program and Maintenance Zone 2 curb and cuts and ramps in the amount of $15,615 for each one of those activities. CDBG administration is shown here, and the allocation represents the revised 20% maximum allowable amount. This slide shows the home program funding recommendations and are based upon continuing the current tenant-based rental assistance or TBRA program and service with service providers Families Forward and Mercy House, and continuing the mobile home TBRA program. HUD regulations require that the city also reserve 15% of its home allocation for an eligible community housing development organization, also known as a CHODO project, using this amount shown here. The balance is for home administration consisting of the maximum 10%. As a result of receiving the HUD allocation this morning, it is proposed that the decrease be applied to reducing the funding in the mobile home TBRA program from $466,000 to approximately $370,000. In addition to the 2024-25 CDBG and home administration funding previously described, available unspent home administration funding in the amount of $168,387 is available from fiscal year 2019-20. This funding is proposed to be used on activities in 2024-25, including the following: the preparation of the 25-29 consolidated plan, the preparation of the 2025-29 analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, which is a required component document of the consolidated plan, and then also to plan to be used for fair housing services recommended to be provided by the Fair Housing Foundation and staff salaries to implement the above activities. Fair housing services, as you may know, are a HUD-mandated activity for all jurisdictions and include the tenant-landlord mediation, unlawful detainer assistance for housing education, and investigating claims of housing discrimination. With that, staff recommends that the City Council conduct this evening's public hearing on the 2024-25 action plan and consider adoption of resolution number 2024-17 approving this 2024-25 action plan. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available here for any questions you might have.
Do any council members have any questions? Councilmember Moser.
I know we don't have any control over it, but I am just for the mobile home TBRA program. Do you know approximately how many would still be served by that?
Yeah, definitely. So far, we've served 52 individuals, and with this additional funding, even though it's not what we were hoping for, we still believe we can serve probably around another 25 or more individuals. The real reason behind that is that we're getting at the bottom of our list, and these people are the people that earn more than the priority individuals, the extremely low-income individuals. So their amount of money they need on a monthly basis is a lot less. So we hope we can serve more people.
With regards to that, I know we had the application period before for this. Do you think that if we, I don't know what it would take, by the way, to reopen the applications up, since I know we're meeting now people that maybe make more than would have been prioritized, have we thought about that?
Yes, we definitely envision opening up the waiting list, if you want to call it. Right now, we only have, of the original 140 that signed up on the waiting list and that have been patient through our process, we have like 30 left. So we're going to target those 30 for upcoming, and then it may allow the opportunity to reopen that list, which we will do because we hope to see more home funding go towards this program in the future.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Anyone else?
Public hearing.
We're good? Okay, so I'd like to open the public hearing now. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We have no one signed up to speak, and I'd just like to announce the receipt of one supplemental communication on this item, which was a memorandum received from Steve Holtz, our Deputy Community Development Director, regarding updates to the 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan for Federal Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships Entitlement Grant Programs.
Thank you. So now we're going to close the public hearing, and I'd like to make a motion to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Is it Mosher or Burns?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. Councilmember Mosher?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Next, we have another public hearing for item 26, and that's 24-299 to approve zoning text amendment. Staff, please introduce your report.
One moment. All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is a proposed zoning text amendment as well as an amendment to the city's municipal code. Beginning with the zoning text amendments, the item will amend 8 chapters of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance and amend Section 2.5 of the Beach and Edinger Corridor Specific Plan. The purpose of these amendments are to address common questions that arise in the day-to-day operations. The goal is to help clarify the code to ensure that all requirements are clear to all readers and that we're responsive to the needs of the residents and business owners. This is a common cleanup item that is part of our ongoing efforts to improve customer service. This item was heard before the Planning Commission on March 26th of this year and was approved 7-0. The zoning amendment was reviewed and analyzed in detail in the attached Planning Commission staff report as well as during the Planning Commission hearing. Most of the changes are minor cleanup items such as deleting outdated definitions, duplicate definitions, or expanding on existing definitions. So tonight I'm going to highlight the bigger items. However, I'm happy to discuss any changes that are not included in this presentation. Beginning with Chapter 230, or Ordinance 4312, we begin by clarifying regulations pertaining to residential accessory structures such as patio covers. We codified code interpretation as to the allowable locations or setbacks of these structures so that they're consistent with other sections of the code. We also removed any inconsistent language to ensure clarity for all readers. And we also amended our home occupation permit section to clarify the process and what the allowable home business uses are for residents. Additional language was added to further ensure that the homes are not being rented for commercial uses. Continuing with Chapter 230, the fence and wall regulations were amended. Our front yard setback provisions for walls and fences in the RMHA zone, which are our skinnies or our 25-foot wide properties in the city, were removed to be consistent with other properties in the city. The code currently requires a 3-foot setback for any fence or wall up to 42 inches, whereas there's no setback required elsewhere. So we're just making this consistent throughout the city. In the past couple of years, the backyard has really become a secondary living space, and with that, there's a greater desire to maintain privacy. Therefore, this proposed amendment will increase the allowable height for perimeter walls along the side and rear property lines up to 8 feet by right, meaning no public hearing or discretionary review. Property owners will still need to obtain building permits and any required engineering. And then finally, this section was amended to clarify the lattice wall extension process that's currently listed in our code. And below are some graphics that kind of show what this amendment will allow property owners to do, which are our lattice, our solid extension, and a full 8-foot high block wall. All right, moving on to Chapter 231, or Ordinance 4313, a new section was added to the parking section of the zoning ordinance to create provisions for space-efficient parking in the form of mechanical lifts or stackers. The following are those changes. So for residential uses, we added standards for single-family dwellings. They could use mechanical lifts or stackers for surplus parking only, meaning they could not use this option to meet any required parking. In addition, no further discretionary review would be required, so it would be permitted by right. Moving on to commercial industrial uses, an applicant may request up to 20% of required parking to be done in the form of mechanical lifts or stackers. However, if up to 20%, it would require a conditional use permit to the zoning administrator, and 21% to 40% of required parking would require approval of a conditional use permit to the Planning Commission. These percentages and hearing bodies are consistent with our existing valet parking standards that we currently have. And just like our valet parking, these would require attendance. Then all lift systems will need to be fully enclosed and designed similarly to like a parking structure. In addition to a conditional use permit, these structures would be subject to review by the Design Review Board and would be subject to the same standards as a parking structure. Finally, these uses will be reviewed to ensure that they don't queue on to the right-of-way, meaning they would all have to be maintained on their property and not impact any outside traffic. And then covenants will be required to be in place for the operations, for any required attendance, and lastly, they would be required to have backup generators with some type of manual override in case of an emergency. So the final portion of the zoning amendment is found in the Beach Edinger Corridor Specific Plan, or Resolution number 24-002. The following map right here depicts the properties that are included in the specific plan. It includes portions of Edinger Avenue and properties along Beach Boulevard just south of Edinger, and then a few properties just south of Adams. So this particular section, the amendment today, it would be specifically for Section 2.5, street improvements within the specific plan. And so just to kind of give a quick background, public street improvements are code requirements that are part of the development process and are only required if the project is approved. These improvements may include new sidewalks, curbs, gutters, landscape planters, and other similar improvements. And while most streets and sidewalks are within the control of the city, Beach Boulevard is unique in that it's controlled by Caltrans. Many of our existing sidewalks along Beach Boulevard are too narrow to comply with the requirements of the specific plan. So in these situations, property owners would be required to dedicate a portion of their property to Caltrans, so meaning their property line would have to move in order to accommodate these wider sidewalks. Currently, the Caltrans review process is approximately an 18 to 24-month process with no guaranteed approval or acceptance of those dedications, leaving a lot of our property owners that have approved projects kind of in limbo in order to obtain their final building permits. A recent example is the Subaru dealership along Beach Boulevard, where they went through the proper channels to get their approval and tried to provide a dedication to Caltrans in order to meet the final code requirements to obtain their building permits. And the Caltrans would not accept their dedication, and the city unfortunately could not intervene because it's an outside agency that has control of that street. And while we were able to rectify that situation, we are proposing these amendments in order to ensure that that doesn't happen again. So quickly, this is a quick graphic that shows the proposed changes. So the area that would be affected by these changes is this area right here, which is between the curb and back of sidewalk where your property line would be. So sidewalk and plant strip. The area right there, within the specific plan, the required sidewalk widths are a minimum of 6 feet wide, and any required landscape planters kind of range between 4 to 9 feet, meaning you would need at least a minimum of 10 to 15 feet of public frontage to accommodate the required improvements listed in the specific plan. So and it would depend on the segment that you're in. So many of our existing Beach Boulevard properties don't have that. Some of them are only 7 feet, so automatically they wouldn't qualify or wouldn't meet those standards. So what we're proposing to do here with this amendment is that existing right-of-ways, existing sidewalks right here that are less than 10 feet would not be required to provide landscaping, so it would be fully paved. And you can kind of see the graph, it's a little small, but it kind of gives you an idea of what's being proposed. In addition to that amendment, we've also eliminated street improvement waiver language. We've added a process for alternative improvements. We've added language to clarify the timing of certain street improvements. We've eliminated in lieu fee language, and improvements would, we'd added language to require that improvements occur during development. And finally, we added some language to expand the allowable tree species and the right-of-way. And all of this is done in an effort to help our businesses along Beach Boulevard. The final portion of tonight's item is a municipal code amendment. In July 2021, the city approved a middle-income housing program which created middle-income housing units at the Elon and Breakwater multifamily development. The properties were acquired through a joint powers authority with tax-exempt bonds. Funding for the program required the city to forego property tax revenue for up to a 30-year period, while the city's financial benefits would come from the net proceeds after payoff of the bonds anytime between 15 and 30 years. The issue regarding whether the city should be able to approve these types of programs without a vote of the people was raised last year in September. The City Council discussed the recommended charter language, and ultimately the item was withdrawn as a recommended charter amendment, and the council expressed preference to consider the issue as an ordinance. As such, the proposed ordinance before you tonight would require a vote of the people if the city were to approve another middle-income housing program with the same funding structure unless otherwise amended or repealed by the City Council. Tonight, the Planning Commission and staff is recommending approval of zoning text amendment number 23-002 based on the following. It's consistent with our general plans, goals, and policies. It cleans up our zoning and subdivision ordinance and our specific plan to improve clarity, address deficiencies, and maintain currencies. It codifies existing policies and code interpretations and allows certain items to be permitted by right, like our fences, without the need of going through an entitlement. And then ultimately it results in better customer service by providing clear requirements for our residents. The other item is the City Council is also requested to consider approval of ordinance number 4322 to add chapter 3.60 to the Huntington Beach Municipal Code related to joint exercise of powers of agreements for middle-income housing developments. This concludes staff's presentations, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Do any council members have questions? Seeing no questions, we will now open the public hearing. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We have no one signed up to speak on this item,
Okay,
and no supplemental communication.
Thank you. Seeing no speakers, we will now close the public hearing, and I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommended actions.
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Oh, I do have one question. I apologize. Is it okay for me to ask the question? So I just want to ask, okay, so the first grouping are zoning text amendments that you described as cleanup and things to do, to help out business on Beach Boulevard. And then the final item is a municipal code amendment having to do with joint powers authorities, and that's a different type of item. So I'm confused about why the cleanup stuff and then an ordinance that to me is more of a policy thing, like, are lumped together. Is there any particular reason for that?
It was done just in an effort for efficiency. We were already going to bring the zoning text amendment. That's why it's broken up in a manner that they can be approved separately.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kelmick.
Thank you. This is actually, I appreciate all the zoning text amendments. There's some stuff that I've seen that we've been banging our head against the wall for quite some time, and I appreciate staff kind of trying to burn through some of the list of inconsistencies in our code, and so I'll be supportive of the zoning text amendments. I did have the same question as Councilmember Bolton with regard to why the municipal code amendment that's seemingly unrelated and amends a completely different section of our code is in here, or even how it came back from a discussion several months ago as an ordinance. I was actually interested in the zoning text amendments for the the Beach Edge Corridor specific plan that relies on the CEQA exemption in order to make those findings for an EIR that I thought we were going to repeal. Whatever happened to that?
Staff has been talking with the H item author that brought forward the decertification of the EIR. We have had to have discussions about the resources that would be necessary because the decertification would also entail new zoning standards and a new EIR. We have to plan for resources that are longer term than bringing it forward immediately. We didn't have that in our budget when the H item went through.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it kind of reminded me like I thought we were going to resend that. And then on to the issue itself, like this is actually public policy, and I'm actually really excited to talk about this because we haven't talked about like actual, like deep, hard public policy. So what I want to be kind of reminded about is for the ordinance with regard to the middle income housing, what problem we were trying to solve for. Is that we disagree with joining a joint powers authority. We disagree with a private industry using municipal bonds to finance projects, or we disagree with affordable, capital A, affordable housing. Like that's what I wanted to kind of get to the nut of for what this ordinance is, because I don't understand why we'd have an ordinance that could be repealed that would require a vote of the people. So if you had a next council that wanted to do a project like this, which interest rates the way they are, projects don't pencil anymore, that council could just repeal the ordinance, right? And not actually go to a vote of the people?
That's correct. Every ordinance is amendable or repealable.
Right. So going to a vote of the people via ordinance seems like an exercise that, if the policy change was there, if it's a policy decision on, like, we don't want to defer tax money for an investment in the community to build affordable housing because you don't believe in that, that's fine. That's a public policy position. But if it's, we don't want to not get tax dollars, then, I mean, why didn't this should have been brought forward to eliminate the ability to do sales tax sharing with like Costco or something like that. Like if it's about money, that's one thing. If it's about the public policy, that's another. But the ordinance, I think, effectively doesn't really do anything, since if you wanted to affect that change in policy, it would be 2 meetings and you've changed the policy. So if it was just to make it illegal, there's really no point in adding the vote section to it if we just didn't want to do it. But again, another council would just repeal this. So if it's this council that doesn't agree with that policy, just don't do those projects. Don't commit to that type of thing, and that's what we're here for. So they're just kind of interested in the actual policy we're trying to solve for, because again, if it's not about if it's about the money, then I'm surprised that sales tax sharing agreements with maybe the auto dealers that wanted to do expansion or other retailers coming in, because that would be losing out on tax money for a public policy concern. So those are my comments. I won't be supporting the last item for the ordinance. I did think it is a kind of doesn't really affect any public policy change in the long term.
So the item's been moved and seconded. Since you're not supporting the last item, are you going to vote on that separate? Well, let's just call the vote then.
We can call the vote. You just want to be recorded as a no on ordinance 4322? Okay, I have a lot of reading to do, so
You
let's
can
go
add me
ahead.
to that before we, I'm a no also on that
Okay.
ordinance.
Likewise.
We'll go ahead and take a vote, and then I'll acknowledge that. All right, so let's start voting. Councilmember Mosier.
On everything besides that, aye.
Okay, very good. Bolton?
Aye on the zoning text amendments.
Burns?
Aye on everything.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland? Aye. McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Aye on everything but 43.
Okay, so 7-0 on all but ordinance number 4322. And I'd like to read for the record, and I'm sorry, relax everybody. The title of ordinance number 4307, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 203, definitions of the Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. Ordinance number 4308, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 210, residential districts of the Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. Ordinance 4309, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 211C, commercial districts of the Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance, zoning text amendment 23-002. Ordinance number 4310, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 212I, industrial districts of the Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. Ordinance number 4311, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 218M, Mixed Use Transit Center District of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. Ordinance number 4312, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 230, Site Standards of the Huntington Beach Zoning Code and Subdivision Ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. Ordinance number 4313, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 231, Off-Street Parking and Loading Provisions of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. Ordinance number 4314, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Chapter 241, conditional use permits and variances, temporary use permits, waiver of development standards of the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance, zoning text amendment number 23-002. And ordinance number 4322, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, amending Huntington Beach Municipal Code by adding new chapter 3.60 entitled Joint Exercise of Power Agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 27, administrative public hearings for number 24-316, to conduct administrative public hearing for the 2024 annual weed abatement program and authorize the Director of Public Works to proceed with this abatement. Staff, please introduce your report.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. We're here tonight for our annual weed abatement public hearing. So this is a quick background on the program. On April 2nd, 2024, the City Council adopted resolution number 2024-10 to declare weeds, rubbish, and refuse on certain private properties in the city a nuisance. The affected properties were identified through document research and field inspections. Between April 3rd through April 24th, the affected properties were posted with notice to destroy weeds and remove rubbish and refuse. In addition, letters were mailed to the off-site private property owners advising about tonight's public hearing and the annual weed abatement efforts. Tonight is a public hearing to hear about objections to the program. And by May 20th, owners are requested to clear and remove weeds on their own properties. Between May 24th through June 7th, the city will commence abatement of all properties not cleared by the owner. On June 16th, the cost per parcel will be posted on the council bulletin board. And by August the 10th, the city council will be requested to certify clearing costs for the inclusion on the county 2024 through 2025 tax roll as a one-time special assessment per parcel. Only parcels cleared by the city will be charged a fee. So tonight, staff is recommending the city council to open the public hearing and authorize the director of public works to proceed with the abatement. And that concludes staff's presentation. We're here for any questions or comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any council members have any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to open the administrative public hearing. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We have no one signed up to speak. No
Okay.
supplemental communication.
Thank you. So we will now close the administrative public hearing, and I'd like to make a motion to move the recommended actions.
Second.
I'd just like to correct myself. I did receive one email on this item. All right, so let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Mosher?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Van Der Mark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
And Kelmick?
Aye.
The item passes 7-0.
Great. Moving on to item number 28, receive public comment pursuant to California Government Code, GOV 54954.6, regarding the modification of the management district plan for the Huntington Beach Tourism Improvement District. So this is a time and place fixed for the public meeting related to the proposed modification of the Huntington Beach Tourism Business Improvement District. I would now ask the city clerk to report on the notice of this public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. The notice of public meeting has been completed in the manner and form as required by Section 54954.6 of the California Government Code.
Okay, I would now like to ask staff to introduce their report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. On April 16th, in response to a request from Visit Huntington Beach, City Council adopted Resolution Number 2024-13, declaring its intention to modify the Huntington Beach Tourism Business Improvement District. The proposed modification would increase the current 4% assessment to 6% of gross short-term room rental revenue. This assessment funds sales, marketing, and tourism enhancement programs geared towards increasing overnight room rentals in Huntington Beach. If approved, the increase would go into effect July 1, 2024, and apply to all lodging businesses existing and in the future located within the city. On April 19th, notification was mailed to affected lodging business owners, including short-term rental operators permitted. As required by state law, tonight's public meeting is to allow public testimony prior to the June 4th public hearing. No city council action regarding the proposed modification shall take place tonight. Any owner of a lodging business that is subject to the assessment may protest the modification, and every written protest shall be filed with the city clerk at or before the June 4th public hearing. If at the time of the public hearing a majority written protest does not exist, the city council may decide to modify the district by adopting a resolution of modification. So tonight's recommendation is to receive and file public comment related to the proposed modification. That concludes my staff report. If you'd like to see the full presentation on this item that we reviewed at the last meeting, I can also run through those slides again, or you may now open the public meeting. City and VHB staff are also available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We have 4 people signed up for the public meeting. I'll just call all 4. Peter P.T. Townend, John Villa, Kelly Miller, and David Wright.
Good evening, Mayor Gracey and City Council. As you know, I was here for public comment last month, and I'm Peter P.T. Townend, 45-year resident of Huntington Beach. I've competed all my adult life first as a professional surfer, and then for the last 40 years competing in the world of marketing and business. We live in Surf City. We are the real surf city of California, and we must compete. The old saying, you have to spend money to make money, to encourage tourism, and put heads in beds, as we like to say sometimes at the VHB. We want the world to know, when it comes to beach culture, you come to Surf City, home of the International Surfing Museum, the Surfing Walk of Fame, the Surfing Hall of Fame, and the Guinness World Record biggest surfboard in the world. Let's keep letting the world know this. And I propose that we increase the T-bid because we need to keep letting the world know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, council members, my name is John Villa. I'm the Executive Director for the Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy, and I'm here in support of raising the T-bid, the 2%. The only arm that we have in the city to bring tourism in here, actually going out to the markets, putting commercials out there, talking to all the folks that we're trying to in the various markets we're working with, is Visit HB. There's no funding coming from the city. There's no funding coming from its citizens. It's coming from the tourists that come in here. So increase the T-bid by 2% will only have effect on those individuals staying at hotels, motels within the city, and none of the citizens will be affected by that. So the funding itself will be used for helping us with commercials, putting advertisements in foreign destinations that we're working with at Visit HB to try to bring tourism in here, and I'm complete support of increasing the T-bid by 2%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Wright, and I represent the Waterfront Beach Resort. I'm here to show our support of the resolution of intent to modify the tourism bid, which has remained unchanged since 2019. While inflation has increased 16.8% in the same time. Around 2.2 million people visited Huntington Beach in 2023. While this may seem like a lot, this is the third lowest number of yearly tourists in the last 10 years. As a reminder, tourism does not just benefit my hotel or the roughly 550 local residents that we employ. It also does not just benefit the 250 local downtown businesses that employ thousands of our local residences. Tourism generates tax revenue for our city through means such as the city's transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and parking revenue. The stronger our local tourism economy is, the larger the city's general funds become, and in turn, our residents receive a higher quality of public services without having to increase taxes for us. Visit HB is an integral part of our city's tourism success. Currently, their funds and means to drive tourism and tax dollars to Huntington Beach is shrinking, while other cities like Newport Beach are increasing. In order to remain competitive, we must act now. We need to increase the T-bid percentage to keep Huntington Beach at the forefront of a traveler's mind, because when tourism does well, we all do well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Kelly Mailer, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach, and I'm here tonight representing the VHB Board of Directors to speak in favor of item number 28, modifying the Tourism Business Improvement District. We're a 33-year-old nonprofit organization, and we represent the city's vital tourism industry. We do help to bring in millions of visitors, and they spend dollars here in the millions. There were numerous speakers tonight. Many also submitted letters, and they are all in support of this modification. The hour is late, so I'm not going to go through everything that we've talked about before. Just to underline a couple things, there's currently a 4% self-assessment, the T-bid assessment, and that is put on the lodging of businesses in Huntington Beach. This modification is simply to go from 4% to 6%. This assessment is not a sales tax. It's not a property tax, and it's 100% paid for by the overnight lodging visitors. It's used to market. It's used to sell. It's used to promote Surf City, USA, around the world, as PT and other people have said. And it doesn't cost anything for the 200,000 residents we have here. We generate about $500 million in direct economic impact a year. That's a lot of money. Current jobs, 5,000 direct jobs. Because these visitors decide to come here to Huntington Beach, it helps the local businesses, not just during those peak times, but as you very well know, when we walk our streets in the down times of wintertime, in midweek business, we need the business, and that's what we're focused on, particularly in these tough economic times. This money helps ensure revenue to you year-round. $16 million came in TOT last year. From 1996, $200 million have come into the general fund. Other than smoking, gas, and liquor, we are the most taxed industry here in Huntington Beach. $200 million is a lot of money. What this T-bid increase does, it guarantees that funnel is going to continue to fund you, which is great. You've seen the competition. Disney, just this last week, $1.9 billion that they approved in their expansion. The OC Vibe, $4 to $5 billion. It's competitive out there, and we've got to stay competitive. We've worked hard. Chief, thank you so much. City Council, Chris and the staff, we've worked hard. Months we've worked on this. And we now have a dedicated tourism enhancement program, which is dedicating 10% or about $1 million a year for a lot of programs that we've identified. We're going to be working collaboratively, and that's a great start for us to get ready for World Cup, Super Bowl, and certainly the Olympics. The Board of Directors, thank you. We thank the Mayor, we thank the Mayor Pro Tem, all City Council, and everybody who's worked on this. We really hope when we come up to June 4th, this is approved, so we can get these needed dollars in and start priming the pump in a bigger way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comments, and I'd just like for the record to indicate we received supplemental communication, a letter received from Vipe Desai, Executive Director of Surf Industry Members Association, regarding the modification of the Management District Plan for Huntington Beach Tourism Business Improvement District, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name, and 8 email communications regarding this item.
I'd like to move the recommended action.
Well, seeing no one else to speak first, do any council members have questions for staff or visit HB? Okay, the item's been moved.
Second.
Okay, the public hearing is now over. The item will come before council for public hearing on June 4th. Did you want to take a vote on the recommended action?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start the vote. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Kalmick.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to council member items. Councilmember Kalmick, please introduce your item.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item is a kind of follow-up to an item that was passed unanimously by the City Council in November of 2022 to evaluate our current sign code and then brought it back to council. I think because of a lot of the other things going on over the last year and a half, it never came back, but I wanted this item to have been brought back before the last election as well. We wanted to talk about get information effectively of what other cities do for their signs in their public right-of-way and what other cities do for their non-commercial signs. Additionally, there were some Supreme Court cases when I talked to previous city attorney staff that said that they hadn't evaluated it at the time to find out make sure our sign code was up to date because there had been a second Supreme Court case and to evaluate that. So since then, I've received an email from the city attorney saying that our code is compliant and consistent, but obviously, and there was a legal memo coming, but it was in February and I wanted to see, read it for myself effectively. And the other piece was to take a look at the data that was brought back by staff from what other cities do. And it appears that we are kind of an anomaly that allow signs in our public right-of-way. Irvine and Costa Mesa, some of the 10 cities that are similar to us that were studied, are the only 2 cities other than we that offer that. Again, I wanted to have this done before the last election in March, but we didn't get there, and so I brought this forward to make sure we could back in if the council was so inclined to have this conversation before the November election. I think when we decided to have signs in the public right-of-way, the ARPANET was only connecting UCLA, Santa Barbara, and Stanford, and the University of Utah. We didn't have the internet. Signs were a big portion of campaigning. I think as we've moved into the 21st century and everyone has the world at their fingertips, having signs in the public right of way, I think is kind of anathema to the blight and beauty of our city. Is a blight to the beauty of our city. And I think that it's time to have that discussion of, because we can now GPS locate a sign and it's not, hey, there's a sign over on the street somewhere and code enforcement doesn't have to go running for it. I, for one, am tired of having to field complaints every election season that somebody put their sign up early, someone defaced a sign, signs came down, signs end up in people's pools, signs are put up illegally, they're bigger than so many square feet on commercial property, they're not in the spirit of the law. I think it's high time that we remove them from our public right-of-ways and eliminate the code section that allows that. This would still allow signs on private property in the way, shape, and form that currently exists in our sign code. But I think it is high time that I don't believe we saw any emails or communications in lack of support of this item. I think other than Mr. Amory Hansen sent in a communication about that, but most of them, I don't see there's a big sign in the public right-of-way group of folks that really think this is a good idea. That most of the emails, all of the emails we received except for one, were that it's probably time to have this conversation. So I'm asking this council to direct staff to come back with the ordinance, zoning text amendment, to go through the planning commission to have the conversation about removing the non-commercial signs in the public right-of-way. And folks can put them up, put non-commercial signs up in their windows, on their lawns, on their private walls that they have. They're more than welcome to do that, but I don't think we should allow our city assets to be consumed by non-commercial speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll move the item.
Does anybody else have any comments?
Sure. I'll second Councilmember Kalnick's motion, and I also support the item. I've never had anybody approach me and say, please put more signs up. I've only heard the opposite, so I definitely think that it's time for us to have the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Kalnick for bringing this forward before and for bringing it back again. I'm sorry that it wasn't implemented or at least discussed previously, but I'm glad that it's back. Again, I don't think anybody loves seeing all those signs come election time, regardless of which election the signs are alluding to. I think that's an important piece as well. It was mentioned in the Irvine sign code that the election that their signs are allowed to be up for is the, I don't have the language in front of me, but it's essentially the election that is coming up. Instead of maybe some election down the road sometime. So I appreciate this coming forward. I think that it would be amazing not to look at the blight of election signage for such a long time, and also just be great not to have all of that trash afterwards too. So I think it would help environmentally as well. So I would definitely be supporting this. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes. I am not a big fan of signs. They are a lot of work. God, they're a lot of work. They're a nightmare, to be honest with you. Ours got vandalized like all can be during our campaign. It was a nightmare. But I think they do a great job on letting people know who's running and informing the people who it is working hard to get elected in one of the many ways there are to get elected. I see a great value in them. So really, I'm going to make a substitute motion that the only change would be to make private property sign display the same as commercial property displays.
Explain.
Yeah, if you choose to. Yes, ma'am.
So
that would be that.
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Burns, could you describe that again, because I didn't understand.
The sign rules for commercial property would now be the sign rules for private property.
Can you
That'd
explain
be
the
the
difference?
substitute motion that I would make for this.
Could you explain the difference?
So my understanding, if I'm understanding the motion that I'm seconding, commercial businesses have the same rights as candidates as they put up their signs throughout town. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand. I mean, what would the language be I don't understand the public policy change, because the code, I want to understand the unintended consequences of increasing the amount of signs in the city.
No.
Hold on. Maybe the city attorney, let's go to just the ordinance and the city attorney from the city attorney's perspective on this motion. My understanding is then if this motion were to pass, the substitute motion, that the commercial property folks would have the same rights as candidates as they put up their signs during that time. Is
Yeah,
that
so
correct?
I guess it's more of a question for clarification, because what people may not know is that during that 50-day period before the election, the city's regulations become relaxed so that people can post, or candidates can post, non-commercial signs on public property and in the public right-of-way. I think what you're suggesting is that easing of the regulations or the restrictions also applies to private property, so that private property owners, whether it's commercial or private, can also post large signs as well, so that the private property is not less restrictive, or I'm sorry, more restrictive than the public.
That's correct.
So you're looking to amend the first section, so non-commercial signs on private property in all zones? So you'd eliminate the 8 square foot total combined of all signs on property, and you'd eliminate in all zones 42 inches within the front setback or 6 feet in other areas, and you'd eliminate the commercial industrial zones for non-commercial signs are allowed only in landscaped areas, and potentially eliminate cannot encroach in the visibility triangle as described in 2388.
So are you saying that the same signage that's put on businesses, private property, and city property also be allowed on private property?
Yes, same rules for every place.
So you would allow roof signs as well then?
I don't think we allow roof signs now.
We allow roof signs in the public I mean, I guess we don't have roof signs in the public. I guess we don't have public right-of-way that is on roofs, but.
So yeah, like an 8-foot sign, somebody would have an 8-foot sign in their front yard? Is that what it is?
8 square feet?
Yep, that's what he's saying.
That would be their right as a freedom of speech, yes.
I'm sure their neighbors would love that.
So the motion's been made, it's been seconded.
So is that only during election time or at all times?
I would say the 50 days before election time, the usual posting. And other than that,
the election that temporary sign is designed for, or any election? You could be running in 2040.
So that raises another question.
Right.
And just so the public knows, the governments are allowed to distinguish and categorize speech only in really one way, but it creates two categories: commercial and non-commercial. Commercial, there can be more restrictions. Non-commercial, less restrictions. So we don't really view things in terms of political or whatever. It's non-commercial. That's what political signs end up falling under. So those are the two categories. And we can't, as a government, discriminate based on the message. So if within the non-commercial, right? Within the commercial, you can a little bit because it's considered commercial speech, but non-commercial speech, you can't really discriminate the content of the message. So if Irvine or other cities are doing it, they can do it at their peril. I don't know if other cities are doing it. Maybe I misunderstood, but with political speech or non-commercial speech, you can't say, well, this non-commercial speech is allowed, but this one isn't, based on the content of what's being displayed. You just can't do it.
To clarify, since it was brought up, what I had alluded to before, I have the language now brought up. It says, for Irvine's language, signs related to a specific event, for example, election, may be installed no earlier than 60 days prior to the event to which the sign relates.
Yeah, so I would want to look, first of all, I would want to look to see if that's in a commercial event, like some commercial event in a park or on a beach, or if it's an event like an election.
It's temporary, it's in Irvine's code that they've updated recently in their temporary non-commercial sign section.
Yeah.
It was their update as they went through to deal with election signs and temporary event signs. So this is this is their public right-of-way code because they allow it in the public right-of-way. So they've tailored it to not be to be content neutral, but they attach the sign temporarily to the event, which is time, place, and manner, I'm assuming.
And ours right now says 50 days before the election.
An election.
An election.
An election. Any election.
Right.
Right. So we have folks that are putting signs up for an election that's 8 months away that they're not standing in the next election. Right. So I mean, again, that was part of the public policy discussion, is that folks found a loophole 2 years ago, or 2 election cycles ago, and are putting more signs up than we need. And I mean, all the data shows that signs in people's yards are relevant, but signs in the public right-of-way maybe have a 0.5%, 1% edge around the margins on it. They cost a fortune to put up, and we've got, first-time candidates that think they've got to go spend $10,000 on signs instead of knocking doors. I don't know. I mean, I think that increasing the amount of signage in this city, I don't think our residents want to see what goes on, like in Westminster, where you've got 4x8 signs plastering the whole city. And the goal of this was to try to eliminate some of the blight from political signs or non-commercial signs in the public right-of-way, because that's the one thing that we can regulate is our public right-of-way, not to discriminate on what people put on their private property. Again, I think what we have currently for private property seems to do with the job, but I mean, putting signs up is not fun, and again, the data shows that they don't really do anything except for expose folks to blight and trash. So I won't be supporting expanding our non-commercial sign code. Again, like if we were talking about compromising to say like, okay, well let's see if we can keep the signs in the public right of way, but limit them to the election in which someone's running, or the event in which the sign relates. I think that's something that is a reasonable compromise, but to expand the entire thing, I think that, I wouldn't be interested, and I would withdraw the item for discussion if we're going to go down that path.
Let me just ask, so what problem is the substitute motion solving for? Because we have a policy saying, let's get rid of visual blight, but what problem is this trying to solve for?
Well, there are people who've actually, believe it or not, asked us for big signs on their yards and they can't put them up. So there are people that, they might not ask you guys, but they've asked other candidates that I know as well as us.
So if the council member withdraws his item, is there additional discussion to be had?
Well, we've already made a substitute motion.
But it's his item.
No, let him withdraw the motion, that's fine.
Let him withdraw.
Let him withdraw, that's fine.
And while we're thinking about that, should you want to make these additional, or not additional, these changes, I would say that for transparency and the sake of precision, I would, in lieu of kind of piggybacking or taking over this item, would recommend that you bring the item back on its own with the language in what you're trying to do. Because we don't have that in front of us, and I don't think it's appropriate to vote on something like that. I think that if it's important to you, you'd bring it back.
On that note, are you withdrawing your motion if we do that, if we put it over?
I'll withdraw the item. I don't want to see it perverted in such a way.
I do want to ask, though, I think it would be really important still to have the legal memo, because, I can't understand the full implications of what was proposed in the substitute amendment, for example, without having a full understanding of what you described, the difference between, well, I mean, I understand the difference between commercial and non-commercial, but if we're talking about, a context where we potentially allow people to put billboards in their front yard, it would be important, I think, for everybody to understand what the implications are. So I'd just like to ask that we get the memo. I think someone said did someone commit already to
Technically, we don't even
providing
need the memo, right? I mean, technically, we don't even need council direction for that since it was directed more than a year ago.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that we get that.
Yeah, and right now, there is a substitute motion with a first and a second on the floor.
Yep.
So
Yep.
If,
Items not withdrawn, though? Does
so
that
if
not
council,
matter?
if Councilmember Kelmick withdraws his item, then
I'll
So
be happy to withdraw
Councilmember
mine.
Burns.
Okay, my understanding is Mr. Burns will withdraw his count.
I'll withdraw the item.
All right, so let's move on to the next item then.
Okay. Moving on to item number 30. Council members, Kelmick, Moser, and Bolton, please introduce your item.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item, I think, comes out of a culmination of the last year of conversations we've had with residents and the folks that have come to our meetings. And, you know, I think that at this point, we've had librarians quit. We haven't given good policy direction to, I think, what our staff needs in order to be successful. And I think trying to get to the end game that this council policy wants to get to. And because this is something that is so important to our residents based on, this is the largest group of folks about this issue I've seen that's non-land use based, not a project, not something tangible. This is kind of the ethereal fabric of this city that I think everyone has been touched by in some way or another by, being the first time going to the library, going to the genealogy section, all of the things that we've heard that our library can do and that we've used or been a patron of. And after kind of trying to determine like what's the best way forward here to see if we can get some space and really listen to what the residents are talking about, either through emails or in person or I think just kind of the general overall consensus, I guess is the wrong word, but overall, I guess, vibe of what residents are talking about is that they would like to have a say in this at this point. Normally I'm very reticent to put things on the ballot that aren't legally required because we're elected in the lowercase r Republican form of government here to represent the people. But because this issue is something that would be years to fix if it went south, we don't have the data to support a positive outcome here, other than maybe one instance, potentially. That's not a good model for what we have here. I think we should ask the voters, and normally, again, wouldn't want to ask the voters because sometimes issues are super complicated, and we're elected to dig in and go through all the nuance and hit all four corners of the box. But I think the question here to voters is, do you like your library currently as it is, or do you think it's broken? And I think that's what this charter amendment and the advisory vote is about. I added, Councilmember Bolton, Mosier, and I worked on a sample resolution that kind of talked about what we would think this would look like as it came forward, including the advisory vote. And the advisory vote is pretty straightforward. It's shall the city contract with a third party to manage and or operate the Huntington Beach Public Library as proposed by the request for council action 24194 as adopted by the city council on March 19th. And the charter amendment, which would be for future, say shall the proposed charter amendment to require a majority vote of the city council and a majority vote of the electors of Huntington Beach to approve any proposal that would change the wholesale management of the library and or any proposal to operate the library with a private contractor that would employ library staff to achieve cost savings be approved. I think that's a pretty straightforward question. It's not super nuanced. I think the arguments for and against could be made pretty easily for the voters. It's, do you think your library is broken or do you think your library is okay? I think that we've heard from more than 1,000 people now. Again, new faces every meeting, new email addresses every meeting. This is not the same group of folks. And I think they're saying that they'd like to either, A, they oppose it, and B, if that's short of it, they'd like to see this on the ballot in November. The cost for this is relatively low since it's a November election. Pollsters are expecting 80 to 90% voter turnout, so we would have, I think, a pretty good idea of what the electorate think at that point. And I think this, comes down to, Measure C for the library, right? We have Measure C that protects our parks and beaches, and we've used it once, to my knowledge, which was for the library, or excuse me, the senior center in the park, and it was a 50.1 to 49.9 vote. It was a very close vote, but that was the system that we had. And folks went and knocked doors to get that on the ballot to protect our parks and beaches. And I think that this is in that same realm. The irony, though, is that Measure C actually exempts the library, I believe, for future construction, expansion, and repairs of libraries without having to go to something that everybody would support. But I think that this item would, because again, it's such an institution and it precedes us and will hopefully live on well past us, as we are the stewards of the city for this short window of time, but to leave an indelible mark without, I think, a lot of information. And the fact that we've already just having this conversation has already caused, I think, harm to our library. And I believe, Irvine is just waiting for the rest of our librarians if we decide to privatize the library. So, I think that, again, I haven't seen the case for why we should privatize other than the financial reasoning. I haven't seen any value from a programming standpoint, from an efficiency standpoint, from something that says like, oh, this will make the library better. Most of the libraries that leave are standing up their own system, like Riverside, for instance, right? When Riverside started, the city of Riverside ran the Riverside County Library System, which I didn't catch the nuance in that until I was digging in. And so when Riverside County said we want to stand up our own library, they didn't have any resources to do it, so they called an outsourcing company to do it. That's generally when you contract this stuff out when you don't have internal experience. In the 12 and a half years that I've been involved in local government, I've not had a single person complain about the library to me. I've had them complain about streets and water and sewers and the time they called 911 and it took a long time for the police to show up or the fire department to show up, or that the grass in the park's too low, or the beach isn't clean, or the water's in the ocean, the waves aren't big enough, everything. But I've never once heard about the quality and services in our library. So if we're looking at costs, as I said, I'd be happy to give up the city council budget to make up the delta. I'm sure that there's other cuts that could be if we were looking at saving money here, or even ways to raise revenue. But I think that this going to the voters on this is, I think, that one of the most important things that we can do to find out if there's a wholesale change that needs to be had. And again, November, I think, is the appropriate time. It's not a special election that would cost $1 million to put on. It's not a primary election where nobody else. We actually don't have an election, and we'd have to call another, basically another special election. It's not a standalone election where it's, who can turn out most of their people. This is people are showing up to vote in November for 3 council people, for senators, for clerk, the treasurer, President of the United States. And I think this is the best time to do this, because we will have, I think, a real understanding of what our voters want. And I think the issue is not complicated. And I think that's really what this gets down to. And I think that's simple. So those are my comments. I think that this is something that, an abstention on this is still a no vote, because it doesn't move this forward and let us hear from the voters. I think that there's some arguments that are going to be made against this potentially, and I'm happy to respond to those as those come forward. But I hope not. I hope that this is, we want to hear from the voters on this. We've taken our shot at it, and no one seems happy. So I think that's really the only way to kind of deflate this issue and put it out before the voters. Thank you.
Council members, anybody else have anything to say?
Yes, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think Councilmember Kalmick stated things very well. In addition to all the people that came out and spoke tonight, I was just really gratified to see people come out and speak their piece on what they think about this issue. To add to what Councilmember Kalmick said, part of the reason that I think it's important for this issue to go to the people is the age and importance of our library. It has operated for more than 100 years, as some of the commenters said, without there being any appreciable or any complaints that the library doesn't do what the residents, the people who pay for it. No complaints that the library doesn't do what we want it to do. So in situations like that, and also, does the library work? Everybody goes to the library. That's a question you can answer. It's not a complicated issue, like the issue of joining a JPA to decide whether you're going to do a, bond and waive property tax for a certain period of years to make a real estate investment. Not complicated like that. And so I do think that this is the right time and the right type of issue to send to the voters. And then the final thing is I was thinking, what's the cost of getting this wrong? What we have seen based on research, and I guess the staff has talked to other cities as well and then shared that information with us, other cities that have used LS&S specifically or have gone the outsourcing route and found that it didn't work for them. And one of the things that stood out to me was the amount of money they said they had to invest to get their library back to where it was before they outsourced it. And my understanding is that I don't think any of them, the ones that have tried to go backwards, have gotten it back to what they had before. So it sounds like the cost of getting this wrong is really high. And in that case, we all need to jump in the boat together if this is what we're going to do. So I think that, I would really love to hear what the voters have to say about the library and privatization. So thank you.
Councilmember Moser.
Thank you. Council members Kalmick and Bolton have really gone over the bulk of everything, but I also wanted to thank all of the residents for being here, for their emails, for their fighting for this public institution of our library for so many months, for almost a year, really, in many different ways. But specifically with this question about privatization, in a time where people are so divided, it is something that this might be the thing that brings people together. This is the thing that I've seen that has woken people up from all sides who love their library, who appreciate their librarians, who appreciate the profession and the expertise that is within our library, that is both a library and cultural center, not just a library. I think it's important to think about the legacy. We've talked a lot tonight about Shirley Detloff and her legacy, and I think it makes me think about a couple things. One is how temporary the people that sit on this dais are, but how I hope permanent that public institution of our library is for our city. And I hope that the community, if it's given the chance, can make the decision to choose a legacy of supporting this public institution of our library so that we can celebrate its 50th anniversary and not its funeral, as one resident said. This is a well-run, efficiently run library. It was mentioned that it's potentially the cost of 2 pizzas. I think maybe 1 pizza these days. But it really is about the long term. And I want our community to have the opportunity to decide what's important to them in the long term. We had a resident come up here tonight, with her children. And I want her to be able to make the decision at the ballot box and tell her kids later that she made a decision, whichever way it goes. I think it would be to support the library and to fight for that. But I do this decision is bigger than the 7 of us, and I would hope that this council would see that and allow the community to make this very important decision. Because again, as Councilmember Bolton said, the cost of proceeding, if it is perhaps the wrong decision, is, I think, beyond what we could even imagine, and we have already experienced some of the costs of that in losing the human resources of our library system. So I do hope that this council can see beyond this moment and look to the future and allow the residents to make that decision. Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilmember McKeon.
Thank you, Mayor. I just find it ironic and hypocritical that you three condemned us for months about putting 3 charter amendment measures on the ballot, and yet here you are proposing that a charter amendment be placed on the ballot. I've said this on all the emails we get. There is nothing wrong with issuing a request for proposals to look into operational efficiencies and cost savings in any city department. The city does this often as a normal operating procedure, and as the word they always use, it's a shame that you've stoked fear and division in the community with false information. Your question is, what is wrong with the library?
Councilmember McKeon, wait a second. Yeah. Please do not interrupt the council members as they're trying to speak. You've had your turn. Please be respectful.
Thank you, Mayor. The false question of what's wrong with the library, that's not the question, is it? A group has approached the city and said, hey, we think we can operationally save the city close to $1 million. It's our fiduciary responsibility as city council members to look into that. We fully understand the sensitivity, but the process hasn't even gone off the ground yet. You're asking about, I haven't seen the data, I haven't seen the facts. The RFP hasn't even gone out yet. We don't have data, we don't have facts, we don't have a presentation to show the community. So, and again, this doesn't guarantee any action will take place, but it's an appropriate exercise to explore efficiencies and cost savings for the taxpayer. Perhaps there are things we can learn from this RFP process that we can potentially do ourselves to save money and create efficiencies. Councilmember McCallum, during the charter amendment meeting on September 28th of last year, you specifically said it was the city council's role to budget and that it's not appropriate to remove budgetary oversight from the city council to include any city department's budget, especially if there was a major budget crisis. Those are your words, not mine. Yet that's exactly what this proposed charter amendment does. It removes the city council's ability to oversee the budget of our city, especially as it relates to each city department, in this case, the library's budget. Can you imagine removing all city council discretion and decision-making authority over city department budgets? If you put all of those decisions to the vote of the people, then why even have a city council? That's why the voters elect us, to be good financial stewards of their hard-earned tax dollars. They give us the consent to be governed in order to make those decisions and not get bogged down by putting everything to a vote. That's not practical, nor efficient, and definitely not a good use of taxpayer funds and times. Whether we like it or not, past council's actions have created a financial budget situation that is going to be very difficult to navigate. And it's incumbent on us to explore all options to create efficiencies, reduce costs, because again, that's our fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayer. This outrage is premature as the research has not even been completed and the RFP hasn't gone out yet, so I can't support that.
Councilmember Burns.
I concur completely with what he just said. It's almost verbatim with my notes I've taken. It's unfortunate. I love the library. I have no intention in this whole thing, no intention on privatizing our library. The rumors and the emails we've gotten, oh, we're going to start charging money and stuff like that. It is so much misinformation, and the fear that has been stoked into the citizens is just sad. And it's largely due to the misinformation that's been put out by some of our own council members. And it's just a bummer. Right here on the agenda, right on our agenda, right? It says agenda, it says City Council / Public Financing Authority. We would be derelict and irresponsible if we didn't at least just take a look. Maybe we can see things in that response from the RFP on how to better maybe not accept the RFP, but we learn something to better run the organization as a whole, including the libraries. Why the libraries are so off, we contract out so many things in this city, whether it be tarring the streets, cutting trees, digging up pipes, and all that thing. There are so many other things, but by no means, this is so early in the process that has been so stoked out of control. scare tactics, lies, misinformation, and all we're trying to do is really get a good idea on, are we overspending in our library, or can we do better?
Please do not interrupt the council members. This is our portion of the meeting where we conduct city business. Thank you.
We all have our opinions. We all have it, but I know my true intention is to run this city as efficiently and the best we can. And there's no maliciousness, and it is a separate issue with the books, and it's been dragged into this, and to me, they're two separate, complete issues. And this is just about getting the numbers right for being financially responsible authorities for the city. That's it.
Do you want to say something?
Only thing I would ask staff, only thing I can add is, where are we on the RFP? What's the timeline? Has the RFP gone out? I was just asking staff kind of the status.
So the RFP has not gone out. We are still conducting research, and we're still dealing with some unions on this. We're having some meetings on that.
All right.
So, Councilmember McKeon and Mayor Pro Tem Pepper said very much of what I was thinking of saying. I do agree with one thing Councilmember Kalmick said. We are stewards here for a short period of time, and our decisions do have long-term effects. But that's not just with this council member, it's with every single council member. We were elected to make hard decisions, and when you take those powers from us, then really there is no point of us being here. And please do not interrupt. Thank you. So this fear-mongering that's been happening is a perfect example of what's going on in our country that's causing all this division and polarization. I've had people come into my office and talk about some of the things that some of these council members have said that we're planning on doing with the library. I think this motion is premature. I think it is our fiscal responsibility to move forward with the RFP process and see what they have to offer. This doesn't mean that we're going to go ahead and follow through and go with this company or this plan. But it is our responsibility to do our due diligence and look into this. We have many departments in our city that are essential. That in order for us to have a safe city, we have our police, our fire, public works. So next time, those departments, without them, our city does not run. So next time we'll be adding them to our charter where we can't make financial decisions about them either. So in my opinion, this is premature, and it's in the city's best interest to move forward with the RFP. And hopefully the fear-mongering will stop. My office is open to everybody, whether you like me or not, whether you voted for me or not, whether you agree with me or not. I'd love to have you in my office, and I'll show you what some of the issues are. Right now, I see a lot of people protesting, name-calling, accusing, but not a single one has seen that. The people who are saying this material does not exist have actually came in and seen it, and I'd be happy to show each and every single one of you guys. So this is our responsibility, and that is all I'm going to say about this. Thank you. Excuse me, please stop interrupting. Councilmember Moser.
Number one, this isn't about the material that does or doesn't exist in the library, so I don't know why you're bringing that up in this moment.
Fear-mongering. I'm talking about the fear-mongering.
I also think that it's outrageous and premature, to quote our mayor and fellow council member, to be doing this RFP at this time. We get groups that come to the city, to staff, to our emails, all the time indicating and claiming that they can save the city money. Do we have an obligation as our fiduciary responsibility to do an RFP for every one of those that we receive? I do not think that we do. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. I think it's also important to acknowledge on the other charter amendments, they did cost a little under $500,000 to put on the ballot. And you commented on that, saying it was hypocritical that we questioned that. Well, who asked for those charter amendments to be placed on the ballot? Was it hundreds of people, 1,000 people via email? Did they ask for that? I do not recall hearing those voices asking for those charter amendments in those numbers. We are hearing that here in the community. It's also important that we are thoughtful and prudent when we consider looking at cost savings, especially for this public-facing institution. It's been mentioned multiple times about the community service or index that was done, basically saying what's one of the best, what is the customer service index that was done on all of our different organizations within the organization. And the public library was near the top. There is no issue with that. So then you look at if it's not being run poorly, is it being run efficiently? We heard tonight $27 per capita, that the national average is $70. I don't know where the fat is there to be able to cut, and why we would want to give any of that, by the way, to a for-profit institution. The money should stay here. The other thing is we have received a presentation from staff, and it's right here, on the potential cost savings from this organization. And when we questioned staff, there were a number of issues with this. So it's not just about there's no RFP out there, we don't know, we're not quite sure. We have a pretty good idea if it's the same organization. And that organization, of course, is going to say it can do all sorts of things. But when we start to pick it apart, and we did so with staff, you know, starting at that $1 million mark, we really started cutting that down when we looked at the number of hours of volunteers from the Friends of the Library and Friends of the Children's Library. When we started looking at the donations of $300,000 a year coming from those nonprofit groups, when we only have an $80,000 a year budget for our books, who's going to make that up? I don't understand where this cost savings is, and we've seen this presentation. If you asked good questions, you'd see that it just does not hold up. So why are we looking at a department that is so beloved, that is not the same, by the way, as tarring the streets? The management of our library system with professionals, and by the way, our public works people are professionals too, but there's different types of work. And this particular type of work should not be outsourced to a private entity, in my opinion, and in the opinion, it seems, of many people in our community. And so if we're going to go back to the budget again, 1.9% of our budget, with no increases in the last 5 years, with very little in the last decade. And this is the department that we focus on? I think it would make more sense if this had come forward post-budget. When we were looking at everything, when we could talk about it, it would make more sense if it had come forward at that time. When it comes forward, right after all of the other library attacks on our access and freedom to read, it does seem punitive, because it's not coming forward with in an objective way where we're looking at the entire budget, but we're looking at the organization or the department that we have been focused on for the last almost year. We've heard from the people from the last year. Why not just let the people make a decision on this particular thing? Because I will tell you, this isn't prudent. And almost every entity that has gone with this other company and outsourced has regretted it. And I don't want our community to be saddled with that regret. And it's a shame, and it's not doing the prudent thing for our community by proceeding with this, because it has put our library into chaos. If we could at least let the library and the librarians know that it's going to be up to the people, and that could calm some of that, because they hear the support from their community members. And I think they're pretty confident that it would not be outsourced. So why not just calm the chaos, there are consequences that are far beyond this council to moving forward with this RFP. And a lot of it is losing so many librarians. But it is not prudent, it is not thoughtful, and it is hypocritical for you to be saying that it's the right thing to do to move forward with this at this moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Strickland.
I do find it interesting in Councilman Kalmick's opening. He said, you know, we have to do this item because we are without information. He also said we had no information in his opening. But then Councilwoman Mosier says we have a pretty good idea and we know what this is. I heard when we did have those initiatives going into the March primary that we should hear from the people here because they've spoken and the people here have spoken, and we would fail in those March initiatives, which now we know a couple of those initiatives too. One passed by 14, 15 points. So, you know, I just find it interesting that on one hand over here, we don't have information, no information. Over here, it says we have a pretty good idea. Now, I will tell you, what's been sold to the community is this is privatization. Well, we're not selling, my understanding from the RFP is we're not selling any property whatsoever. It's talking about contracting out to see if we contract out those services. There's no selling. Privatization is selling our assets, which we're not doing. We're not selling any assets, from my understanding of the RFP. So that's a misnomer that's going out there. And I still don't know. You know, I'm waiting to hear back from the RFP to look at it because, you know, candidly, I want to see if they do have the savings and they could provide the services that they say they could provide. But I'm waiting to hear back from the RFP to see if we can take a look at it. I don't agree with Councilwoman Mosier that we already have a pretty good idea and we know what's going to happen. And I also don't agree with Mr. Kalmick that says we have no information and we're without any information. You're way over here, you're way over here. I just think it's premature to move this forward. I would like to see the RFP come back and then have the council look at the RFP and then decide from there.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Councilmember Mosier about not being prudent to find cost savings and efficiencies. I think that's the difference between us and you guys is that's our fiduciary responsibility. When you guys, as I mentioned earlier,
Just a second.
Yeah.
Please stop.
As I mentioned earlier, past city council actions have led us to this difficult financial situation staring us down. And this council, not us, but these three up here actually voted to sell the Elon property at Beach and Ellis and the Breakwater community behind Olive Garden through a joint power authority for over $350 million. And part of that transaction, we have to forego as residents $600,000 a year in property tax revenue for the next 35 years. Thankfully, the ordinance that we passed earlier tonight will prevent that from happening without a vote of the people. But you guys claim now you don't want to be responsible, but you do actions like that. It'd be kind of nice to have that $600,000 a year in property tax revenue right about
Nice to have $7 million back for the air show. But
Right, and that's not, we're not going to balance the budget on that, we're not going to balance the budget on the backs of the library. I think we have enough information. I think that's the point that the residents are making, the ones that have been here to speak. We have enough information to know that we don't need to go forward with the RFP. And I take exception to being accused of fear-mongering or putting misinformation out. These people can figure this stuff out for themselves. People have obviously gone and done research because they're the ones who have shown it to me about what other cities' experiences have been with LS&S. Plus, you can just read the newspaper, and there are reports about other cities and the difficulties they have had with LS&S. So for that reason, I don't think that it is fear-mongering to talk to people about those issues or those questions at all. They have legitimate questions, and they are based on facts that they are finding and that they are reading.
Your agenda item says privatize on it. That's not what's going to happen. I'm looking at it on the screen right now. It says privatize. That's not fear-mongering?
Some people, that is not fear-mongering, okay? You can call it privatization, you can call it outsourcing, but it is a wholesale difference, a wholesale change in the way that the library, the management structure of the library, and people you know, do what you will. People want to have, want to have their say about it. And do what you will. I moved the item in case it hadn't been moved.
Second the item.
I move the previous question.
I'd
unless
like
you
to,
have
I'd like to, Madam Mayor, if I might, asking the mayor. So to respond to some of the claims, right? So I've expected a lot of these same arguments here. We're taking power away from this council. Are you saying that Measure C is not something that we should have, that we shouldn't be protecting our parks and beaches? Residents came out and decided to take that responsibility from the council away. They wanted to have that power. And I believe that the residents should have that power with regard to the library. And I'm not talking about budgeting. We could add, if you have a question about tying the hands of the council, add an emergency declaration of a fiscal emergency clause to the charter amendment so that the council, if they need to amend the budget for the library, but it doesn't actually affect the budget of the library. You could still cut the library budget. But I think the larger thing of Municipal Finance 101 is that community services is always subsidized by the general fund. It's always subsidized by the general fund. All of the sports and all of the fun things we do in community services and the library has always been subsidized. But this is, again, the RFP process, and when I said that we don't have information, that's we don't have information. The residents have not seen the document that Councilmember Mosher showed up. I have not seen the proposal that LS&S proposed to say that they could save us $1 million. If we're talking about saving money, where's the RFP to go to OCFA? Where's the RFP to go to the sheriffs if you're worried about saving? That's the giant piece of our budget. But we're going after this little piece of the budget. I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm saying that if you are talking about this as a financial exercise in fiduciary responsibility, and let's address some of the other things that were made. Special election, general election. You are saying what folks out there said versus what we said. That's a very different discussion and a very different argument on information. So I was opposed to putting these on a low turnout special election that was going to cost us a lot of money and not putting the charter amendments on in November, which was going to cost us 10%, which is why I'm supportive of putting these on in November when we have high turnout to see what our voters want instead of a low turnout, who can turn out most of their people election when you have fewer than 20-something% of folks actually voted. Yeah, the Delta was big, but it was still a very low turnout election and represented a small plurality of voters, a small minority of voters, I should say. The RFP process should not have even started. This should have been a consultant or staff. Please, staff, go and identify what efficiencies you can find that outsourcing would solve. Where is our big inefficiency here before we go and request for proposals on this? And the RFPs has already broken part of the library. We've had folks quit. And we've already are spending money on this because we're out paying an outside attorney to negotiate with the labor unions. We're spinning the clock at $500 an hour already to negotiate with them. The labor unions filed a claim with the state of California for unfair labor practices. We have upset the apple cart with the 1,500 people that we are stewards for with this. And fear-mongering, start calling it out. I'm hearing a lot of hand-waving. I've been called a liar. Start naming what I'm lying about. I'm happy to call it out, and I'm happy to walk it down.
I get your emails.
You get my emails. What have I lied about in there?
When you call it privatization, that's not at all what this is.
Privatization is a term that is interchangeable with outsourcing for the lay. That
Words
is semantics. Of course they matter, but that is a semantic effort that lay people that aren't into the weeds understanding the difference between outsourcing and privatization. But one can argue that privatization of the management, you're taking the management and you're taking it from a public entity and transferring it to a private entity. Privatization fits that. If you want to take the legal definition of privatization, sure, I'm happy to teach a law class later and we'll go through and define each term. But what other than that defined
book
term?
banning. Not a single book's been banned, and you've sent several emails.
I have not said we have banned any books.
I have your emails. I will print them out and drop a copy off in your office.
I have not said we have banned any books. I have said that you have the ability to ban books in the future with this committee by not allowing new books into the library. That is not on the agenda tonight. We are talking about privatization.
You asked where you fear-mongering, and I'm just answering your question.
I am saying here is the extent of what I believe the four corners of that box allow this committee to do, and that's not fear-mongering. That is exercising thought, and that is exercising the extent of which this laws could get to. With regard to this, as I said, add an emergency section clause to the charter if you believe that a charter amendment if you believe that we're about budgeting. This is about transferring public money to a private entity. And this council has done this over and over and over again.
if it's the air show, we are transferring money into that. Like, I would rather subsidize the library than subsidize an air show in this city. And if you put the air show, up against the library wins five times over, right? The library is one of the most popular things in this city. I don't know why we're attacking the library. I mean, I do know why we're attacking the library, but the fact that this has already cost us money, it's cost us staff, it's cost us, as Councilmember Mosier said, human resources, and the residents still have no information, right? They don't have the data that we have. I don't know why. I don't know why we don't have staff research that's out there for folks. We don't have the LSNS blind proposal that I still haven't seen, and yet we have moved forward to effectively create fear within our staff that we're going to outsource their department for such a small percentage of the budget. If we don't mow the lawns in a couple of parks for a couple of weeks, I think we probably closed the budget loop gap there. It's so frustrating to me to see that we are going after one of the most beloved institutions. And the reason I brought this item forward is, again, because this is one of those rare cases where this is a simple question. Doesn't affect our budgeting process. If we needed to cut the budget for the library, we needed to save a couple $1 million and the library was the last thing there, we could just cut the budget. We could close the library on a couple days. And actually, the only dissent emails we got were from folks saying, yes, we should privatize the library and maybe close a couple of branches. The interesting thing here is that Measure C is exempt from libraries. So is that the game? Is that the game to privatize it and close a couple of libraries and then sell off the properties? Because you don't need a public vote for that. So I don't know where this ends, but that's one of the conclusions that one could come to, is that because libraries are exempt from Measure C, we privatize them. Well, maybe we don't need the Banning branch, maybe we don't need downtown anymore, and all of a sudden they're on the market, and we're building housing, we're building something there. I don't know. But I think that it's very important that if we're going to make a wholesale change here, that we ask the voters for that, because again, this is an issue that's simple. And if we don't pass it tonight, I'm guessing the voters are going to do it anyways.
And I would point out that's the kind of hyperbole that comes out from the councilman that says, oh, now all of a sudden we're shutting down all these different libraries because we're going to RP. That's the kind of hyperbole we're talking about. And secondly, when we talk about the air show, I think the library does a great job. I'm going to be on record. They do a great job. But you want to compare the air show that brings in revenue to the city, an overwhelming revenue when you look at the economic numbers. That's comparing apples and oranges.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? So what is the library? Again, it's a great institution, but it doesn't provide the revenue.
But the numbers you guys provided for the numbers that you
forget the millions that come in for the state that actually
let's talk
pay
about
for the library.
So our friends at the Friends of the Library donate $300,000 a year. Your numbers that you have provided, the numbers that you have provided for the air show come from an organization which the air show manager sits on the board of. They have provided an economic impact report that falls apart under.
So are you saying here today that the air show does not bring economic vitality to
the air
Huntington
show
Beach?
brings a non-zero amount of economic income to the city. A non-zero amount of economic income to the city. It does not bring, as Casey McKeon brings in all of his emails back out to folks, $120 million of indirect impact.
And you're saying it doesn't bring in?
It doesn't bring $120 million of indirect impact to the city. That number is absolutely ludicrous.
Again, you want to talk about the hyperbole. It's, again, we're going to RP, and you're saying we're going to shut down the different
I'm trying
libraries
to get to
just
the edge
because we're
cases
waiting
of the
for
box.
RP to come back.
I'm trying to get to the edge cases of the box. And how are we going to get to that? We are still negotiating with our unions who are...
What else are you going to say that we're going to be doing down the line because we're going to RP?
I mean, roll the dice.
What else is you going to put out on our email?
Who would have thought 18 months ago that we would have banned the pride flag, RFP'd the library, paid out a settlement for an air show?
By the way, the pride flag passed, what, 15, 16%?
Sure, but was the argument made to the majority of the people?
14, 15%? Well, have you put the argument really out to the people on this issue? No, you've been the hyperbole. All you've done is hyperbole on this issue. We're not selling anything. We're not selling any property.
No one has said that you are. I'm saying that I'm trying to get to the end of why we would be going through this exercise for such a low threshold and a low amount of money that could be corrected through any other number of means to create this amount of turmoil within the community.
How do you know?
And when the RFP comes back, you don't even know what we're going to do.
How do you know anything? How do you know anything when the RFP hasn't even gone out yet, nor come back?
Why would you
to get the data? You said you need information. That's what the RFP is for.
That's not the information.
It's absurd.
That's not the information.
You won't even let the process get off the launch pad. You won't even let the process get off the launch pad. It's absurd.
But the process was ready, fire, aim, not let's ask staff to go and find out what the efficiencies that could be found internally, maybe hire a consultant who does this for a living and finds that, instead of going to a request for proposals, which could be, we've already spent money on attorneys because our unions we're in negotiation or we're in meet and confer or whatever the correct term is for that. We're already turning the clock on that. And I don't know if folks know that we're spending money on this without spending money on this apparently.
So I'd like to, you just said to point out
I'd like
whenever.
to move the previous question.
Point of order, if I may.
Just a second, just a second. I was speaking before you said point of order and you jumped in. You said to give you examples of when I believe you're being dishonest or when fear-mongering. You just said in your last conversation that we're attacking the library. Why would you say that? That is fear-mongering. We're not attacking anything. We're looking for a proposal. That is the kind of language that incites all this anger and division. You are part of that problem.
I mean,
so either way, Councilmember Bolton, you had something to say.
Or maybe it's just a question. Madam Clerk, do you recall what the vote margin was for the pride flag or the flag charter measure? Because I don't recall it being 14%.
Councilwoman, we've sort of allowed some discussion, but this is clearly not agendized. So.
Well, it's a factual error, I think, that's been made.
It's not even related to the topic at hand, not even close.
Okay, 14% is not correct.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second.
I'd like some clarification because I don't know, it started. You're saying a substitute or something?
No.
What was your motion? We did not hear it.
No motion.
There's been a motion.
There's no motion,
There's been a
right?
motion and a second to approve.
It was seconded by.
We didn't get a second on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Calmick moved your item and it was seconded by Bolton?
No, she made it.
The other way around.
Okay, reversed. I'm sorry. All right. So we want to go ahead and take a vote?
Yes.
You ready? All right. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
No.
Van Der Mark.
No.
Strickland.
No.
McKeon.
No.
Calmick.
Aye.
All right, so the motion fails.
Thank you.
3-4.
At this time has. Please stop disrupting the meeting. We are moving on to discuss Shirley Dutloff. Please be respectful.
You're disrespectful to our city and our city's politics. You're a terrible person. There's nothing. I'm leaving already. You can't touch me. I hate you, Gracey.
I'm heartbroken. Okay, at this time, we've reserved this time for comments and a moment of silence to honor the passing of former Mayor Shirley Dutloff. We will start with the comments, and I did prepare something. So as many of you know, former Mayor Shirley Dutloff passed away this April. She was an active member of our community for decades, not just as a mayor or council member, but also as a resident, a commissioner, a board member, and an advocate. While Shirley and I may not have agreed on every issue, I respect her passion to advocate for issues that were important to her and her drive to remain in the service of this community. In one of our last email exchanges, we had a conversation about an issue that we did not agree on. We knew it was a problem, but we did not agree on the solution. So we ended up proposing that we have coffee together. It wasn't very long ago. Unfortunately, we will not be doing that. The respect in which we were able to carry our conversations, even in disagreement, was always appreciated. Shirley has definitely left a lasting impression on Huntington Beach, and I would like to express my condolences to her family. Would any other council members like to make a comment? Councilmember Kalnick.
Thank you. I met Shirley, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago when I joined the Bolsa Chica Land Trust. She was I think the president of the Amigos de Bolsa Chica at the time, and it was right around the time that it was the 10th anniversary of opening the tidal inlet. And I think the things that kind of brings Huntington Beach together is Bolsa Chica. And I think one of the things that really made Bolsa Chica come back to life was that tidal inlet. And that was something that she fought for a very long time and helped secure the funding for. and then kept fighting to make sure that Bolsa Chica was preserved and maintained and had revenue to continue to maintain it. As I got on council, we formed a relationship, and she would call every so often. And actually, the Sunday before she passed, we were emailing back and forth. She was asking about budget information, and she was working diligently to still be involved and to still fight. And at 89 years old, I hope I have that level of vigor still in me. And I don't think I ever heard her say a bad thing about someone that wasn't in a nice way. She'd get frustrated and really, I think, try to advocate and try to think that this is, that things at this point are not intractable and that we can still come together on an issue and solve a problem. I hope to prove her right at some point here, but I'm going to miss her, and I really, she left an indelible mark on me as a public policymaker, and I was glad to call her a friend. Thank you.
Councilmember Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't remember when I first met Shirley, but what I do recall, what stands out for me is the way she took me under her wing after I was first appointed to council. That was a challenging time for me and my family. And Shirley was, because it's hard to believe that she's gone, the very model of a public servant. What people remember about her, at least I hope, is the fact that she really, really made an effort to be collaborative, to work across the aisle, so to speak. She mentioned, I think, several times that when she was on city council, it didn't matter what letter you had associated with your name. You just, got the job done. She worked very closely with Ralph Bauer. Ralph was a Republican. Shirley was, I think she was a Democrat. I'm not sure. Because we never talked about this stuff. It didn't matter. What mattered was what was best for the city. She was a true role model and an inspiration. I'm just wondering what you would think, looking at us now. Thank you.
Councilmember Moser.
Thank you. I have written what I want to say because I don't even know if I'll be able to get through that. Maybe I'll riff a little. As has been shared tonight and over the last few weeks, we've shared a profound loss with the passing of Shirley Detloff, a pillar of Huntington Beach in our community and a cherished friend and mentor. Shirley was a tireless advocate who dedicated her life to public service, from preserving our cherished Bolsa Chica wetlands to fighting for the dignity of every person in our community. Her leadership extended beyond policies. She embodied the spirit of community and compassion that made her a beloved figure well beyond our city limits. As I remember Shirley, I commit to continuing her legacy of service and integrity. She was not just a leader, but a beacon of hope and love for all of us. She and her council, back in 1996, created a declaration of policy about human dignity. And in 1997, a human relations task force with her partner in human dignity making, the late Mayor Ralph Bauer, after hate crimes occurred in the late 1990s. She helped to rebuild the pier, made city infrastructure maintenance a priority, raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, for the Boys and Girls Club, which is actually where I first met her in 1999-2000. I worked for Schools First Federal Credit Union and Orange County Teachers Federal Credit Union in Fountain Valley, and joined the committee for fundraising for the Boys and Girls Club, and I got to meet her then. I did not know that our paths would continue to cross. And of course, she supported our parks like Shipley Nature Center and really so much more. If you read anything in the paper and her bio about all the things that she's done, it's really, I think Linda Moon said, like, none of us will be able to do what she has been able to do. And that is true. I could only aspire. And there's no way we could do what she was able to do. She continued that leadership and community building spirit into her 80s, fighting for the quality of life for all in our city, including those people experiencing homelessness, committed to advocating for a homelessness system of care that was both dignified and effective for the entire community, resulting in contributing to the creation of many parts of our system of care through her advocacy with Homeless United, including the Homeless Task Force, homeless caseworkers, Be Well mobile crisis response vans, and the Navigation Center. She continued working for a permanent shelter and a permanent supportive housing, which is still in the process and being planned. And I think that that is another one of the great punctuation marks on her life. More recently, she had been fighting to protect our library system, our librarians, and the freedom to read. She chose to spend this last year fighting to protect the library and against the dismantling of so much that she worked to build for over 6 decades. Shirley was a fighter until her last moment. Shirley was the beautiful part of 2 dynamic duos. The first one that I came to know was Ralph and Shirley, and the second that I came to know was the dynamic duo that was Bob and Shirley. 68 years married, 70 years together. They were an incredible team that danced together through the years with joy and tremendous hard work. Bob was her chief of staff. They were always supportive of each other and by each other's sides. She was a daughter of Huntington Beach and the mother of their 3 deadlocked children. The day after Shirley passed, Bob called me and said, hey, when is the next council meeting? And I was like, why? And he said, because I want to come and speak in public comments. The public responders, police, fire, EMT, they took such good care of Shirley. While they were working on her, I was in the other room with two people, and they just tried to take care of me too. They worked so hard on the way to the hospital. They continued to work hard. The chiefs of police, fire, and marine safety were all there until far after Shirley passed in the emergency room. And he was just so appreciative. And the day after she passed, for him to call and be thinking about saying thank you. And in my mind, all I could think was, that's so Shirley. And really, it's so Shirley and Bob. I think we should all strive to be thoughtful and thinking of others like they did all the time. But for me, Shirley was a great friend, mentor, and third mom. She demonstrated how to live a life. She made everyone she met feel like they mattered. I have spoken to so many people in the last few weeks who knew her in different ways, from newer newspaper reporters who commented on how welcome she made them feel, like they'd been here for forever. Regardless of your age, how long you'd been here in the city, she made everyone feel like they mattered. And not everyone has the ability to do that. She fought for dignity with principles and values and without partisanship at the forefront. She demonstrated the importance of consistent civic engagement and of calm diplomacy, which I will strive to do as well, resulting in incremental, cumulative, and positive change for our city. She was always there, always present, always working for the greater good. She was at every council meeting. She would call me afterwards to tell me that she was proud. We would meet, we would talk on the phone. She would give me feedback, and she would give me love and support. More than anything, it is her love, wisdom, and constant presence that I will miss. I encourage everyone to tell the people that mean something to you what they mean to you, while you and they are still here. Because while I know that Shirley knew what she meant to me, I still wish I could have told her. I wish I could say these words to her now, with her in front of me. I hope that we'll all try to be like Shirley and continue that legacy, because in everything that she did, if we continue it on, it will continue all that she created in this city. And there will be no dismantling, there will be a building, because she and Ralph built this community, along with so many others in the community, and we can continue to do that. And we will continue to do that. And in closing, there's a poem, short, by Dylan Thomas. He said, "Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light." And Shirley did that. She kept going until her last breath, her last moment. And I just hope for everyone here that you fight for what you believe in and you do good. It is always the right time to do the right thing and to do the good thing. And thank you to Bob and the family. And seeing that picture of Shirley, we are in debt and great gratitude to your family for the many sacrifices that your family made so she could be here fighting for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other council members like to make a comment? Anybody else? Okay, so we will now have a moment of silence.
Let me. I didn't want to follow that, but I think it's important. I had a deep respect. Obviously, I wasn't as close to Shirley as Councilwoman Mosier. I'm really sorry. I know she was a mentor of yours, and my heart goes out to you and all the people she mentored. I had a deep respect and affinity towards Shirley. She was a passionate woman. I really enjoyed our coffees that we spent together. She would ask unbelievably great questions, and I really look at Shirley as, and I mean this in all the great ways, an old school politician. And what I mean by that is someone could agree to disagree without being disagreeable. And I would also echo Councilman Kalmick. I've never heard Shirley say anything negative about any person in a derogatory way. And I really enjoyed, because I was a young assemblyman and I got to know some of these giants in California politics who Shirley was incredibly close to. People like John Burton and Willie Brown. And we talked about her time on the Coastal Commission. And Shirley, there's no doubt that California and Huntington Beach is better off because Shirley Detloff was here. And my heart goes out to her husband, Bob, and their family. She's a true public servant who had an incredible heart. We didn't always agree, but I will say I've always had a deep respect and affinity towards Shirley because she was a true public servant.
Just quickly, I only had the opportunity to meet Shirley, unfortunately, a handful of times, but when I did, I mean, I knew, of course I knew about her. She's a legend in the city. She's on the board of Boys and Girls Club with my mom, and my mom always had great things to say about her. To Tony's point, I respected her demeanor and her ability to, we might not agree on how to solve a problem, but she was willing to hear your side, which unfortunately I think is lost in today's society. There's not a willingness to debate or have a cordial discussion with her gentle demeanor, which is always, even sometimes I thought like I regret not reaching out to her a couple of times I wanted to discuss certain items that she would come up and speak about that we're voting on. But being up here gets, your life gets so busy that is my one regret is I did want to reach out to her and have another conversation and understand her perspective because she was willing to listen to yours, and unfortunately that's lost in today's society, and I'm hopeful and confident we can get that back. But she accomplished so much, greatly respect her, and my condolences go out to her family.
Thank you. It's 11 o'clock. Do we need to vote, or could we have a moment of silence and close out?
I think we can have the moment of silence and then adjourn.
Thank you. Okay, we will now adjourn the meeting. Do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Meeting adjourned.